My first week at Hartley Insurance started on a Monday in early October 2018, right when the leaves in Portland were turning that deep amber color that makes the whole city look like a photograph. After spending nearly a decade bouncing between temp jobs and retail positions since graduating high school in 2008, landing a permanent role with actual benefits felt like finally catching my breath. The office was one of those renovated buildings downtown, exposed brick walls and too much fluorescent lighting. But I remember walking in and thinking this was my chance to build something stable. My cubicle was on the third floor, wedged between a filing cabinet and a window that overlooked the parking garage. Human Resources paired me with a senior claims processor named Boyd Whitmore for my training period, which they said would last about 3 weeks. He had been with the company for 11 years, and everyone spoke about him like he was some kind of institution. When we shook hands that first morning, he held on just a beat longer than normal, looked me dead in the eyes, and said he was going to take really good care of me. Boyd was somewhere in his mid-40s, with thinning gray hair that he combed straight back, and these pale blue eyes that never seemed to blink at a normal rate. He wore the same rotation of 3 polo shirts throughout the week, always tucked into khakis that were ironed with military precision. During those initial days, he was thorough and patient, explaining the claims software step by step, never making me feel stupid for asking questions. But even then, there were small things that made me pause. He would stand behind my chair while I worked, close enough that I could smell his coffee breath on my neck, narrating everything I typed. When I mentioned grabbing lunch from the break room, he insisted on joining me every single time, positioning himself between me and the door. By the end of that first week, he knew my full name, my address from some onboarding paperwork he claimed to have glimpsed, and the fact that I lived alone in an apartment complex off Hawthorne Street. I told myself he was just being friendly, that this was what mentorship looked like in a corporate environment. I had no idea how wrong I was. The second week is when things started to shift. Boyd began sharing personal details about his life that felt wildly inappropriate for a professional setting, let alone someone I had known for only 7 days. He told me about his divorce, which had happened 4 years prior, and how his ex-wife had taken everything from him, including his dignity. He described the empty apartment he went home to every night, the silence that greeted him when he unlocked the door, the way he sometimes forgot to eat dinner because there was no one there to remind him. These conversations always happened when we were alone, usually in the small conference room where he conducted my training sessions with the door closed. He would pause mid-explanation about a claims procedure, stare at some fixed point on the wall, and then launch into another confession about his loneliness. I tried to be sympathetic at first, offering the kind of vague, supportive statements you give to acquaintances going through a hard time. But then he grabbed my hand across the table one afternoon, squeezed it tight, and told me I was the only person who truly understood him. I pulled my hand back and made some excuse about needing to use the restroom. When I looked in the bathroom mirror, my face had gone pale, and there was this tight knot forming in my chest that would become a permanent fixture over the following weeks. After that incident, I started noticing how Boyd had positioned himself as a barrier between me and the rest of the office. Whenever someone stopped by my cubicle to introduce themselves, he would materialize within seconds, steering the conversation back to work or finding some reason to pull me away. A woman named Heather from accounting tried to invite me to a Friday happy hour during my 3rd week, and Boyd intercepted before I could even respond, telling her that I was still in training and needed to focus. He said it with this polite smile plastered on his face, but his tone left no room for argument. Heather gave me this look, eyebrows slightly raised like she was trying to communicate something without words. I wish I had paid more attention to that look. I wish I had followed her to her desk and asked what she knew about Boyd Whitmore that I clearly did not. By the end of October, my training period was officially over, but Boyd acted like nothing had changed. He still showed up at my cubicle first thing every morning with a cup of coffee made exactly the way I liked it, still insisted on eating lunch together, still found reasons to hover near my desk throughout the day. When I tried to politely decline his company, explaining that I needed to focus on my own workload now, his entire demeanor shifted. His face went blank for a moment, completely expressionless. and then he said something that still echoes in my head to this day. He called me his closest person. Not his closest friend, not his work buddy, but his closest person, like I was somehow essential to his existence. He said it so matter-of-factly, like he was stating an obvious truth that I should have already known. I told him that was a really intense thing to say to a coworker, that we barely knew each other, and that I needed some professional distance. He just nodded slowly, that blank expression returning, and walked away without another word. I thought maybe I had finally gotten through to him. The next morning, I overheard Boyd talking to one of the senior managers near the coffee machine. I was walking past, and he did not seem to notice me, or maybe he did, and wanted me to hear. He was saying that he was worried about me, that I had been struggling emotionally since starting at the company, that I had confided in him about personal problems at home. He lowered his voice to this concerned whisper and said he was the only support system I had right now. The manager, a man named Glenn who I had maybe spoken to twice, was nodding along sympathetically. I stood there frozen in the hallway, unable to process what I was hearing. Boyd was constructing an entire fictional narrative about me, painting himself as my caretaker, and me as some fragile mess who needed him. When I finally gathered myself enough to approach Glenn later that day, planning to set the record straight, he looked at me with this pitying expression and asked if everything was okay at home. Boyd had gotten to him first. Boyd had gotten to everyone first. I started keeping a written log of every interaction, every lie I overheard him tell, every time he showed up uninvited at my desk. My notebook filled up fast. November came with gray skies and early darkness, and I began dreading the walk to my car at the end of each shift. The parking garage was attached to the building, 4 levels of concrete and dim lighting, and the kind of echoing silence that amplifies every footstep. I always parked on the 3rd level because it was closest to the elevator, but now that familiar route felt different. One evening, about a week after I had set boundaries with Boyd, I walked out to my car and noticed him standing 3 rows away, leaning against a concrete pillar with his arms crossed. He was just standing there watching me, not approaching, not waving, just staring with those unblinking pale eyes. I fumbled with my keys, got into my Subaru as fast as I could, and locked the doors immediately. When I looked in my rearview mirror as I pulled out of the space, he was still there, still watching, still completely motionless. I told myself it was a coincidence, that maybe he had parked nearby and was just heading to his own car. But he did not move. He just stood there until I turned the corner and lost sight of him. It happened again the next night, and the night after that. Boyd would always be somewhere in the garage when I left, never in the same spot twice, but always positioned so that he had a clear view of my car. Sometimes he would be sitting on the hood of his own vehicle, a faded green sedan that looked like it had not been washed in years. Other times he would be standing near the stairwell exit, hands in his pockets, head slightly tilted like he was studying me. He never said anything, never approached, never acknowledged that what he was doing was deeply disturbing. It was always just that silent presence, that unwavering stare. I started varying my departure times, leaving 15 minutes early or staying an hour late, but somehow he always knew. No matter when I walked out to that garage, Boyd Whitmore would be there waiting. I mentioned it to Heather one morning, pulling her aside in the break room where Boyd could not see us. She went quiet for a moment, then told me something that made my whole body go cold. She said there had been another woman before me, a claims processor who started about 2 years ago and quit after only 4 months. Heather said nobody talked about it, but the woman had filed a complaint with HR before she left. Nothing ever came of it. Boyd was too valuable, too senior, too protected. I filed my own complaint with HR the following Monday, bringing my notebook full of documentation and trying to keep my voice steady as I explained everything to a woman named Diane, who sat behind a desk covered in motivational posters. She listened, nodded in all the right places, took notes on a yellow legal pad, and assured me the company took these matters very seriously. She said they would investigate and get back to me within 2 weeks. Those 2 weeks passed without a single word. When I finally followed up, Diane told me that after reviewing the situation, They had determined Boyd's behavior did not constitute harassment under company policy. She said he was simply being friendly and that perhaps I had misinterpreted his intentions. I asked about the parking garage incidents, about him waiting for me every single night, and she actually smiled and said that employees were allowed to use the parking facilities at any time. There was nothing they could do. I walked out of that office feeling like the walls were closing in, like I was trapped in some nightmare where the rules did not apply to the person hurting me. That night, when I saw Boyd standing at the garage exit with his arms folded across his chest, he lifted one hand and gave me a slow wave. He knew. He knew I had reported him, and he knew nothing would happen. The day everything changed started like any other Thursday in mid-November. I got to work early, hoping to avoid Boyd in the morning, but he was already at my cubicle when I stepped off the elevator. He had brought me coffee again, that same cup with 2 sugars, and he was sitting in my chair like he belonged there. When he saw me, he stood up and held out the cup with both hands like an offering. I told him I did not want it, that I needed him to leave my workspace immediately, that I was documenting everything for a potential legal case. Something flickered behind his eyes when I said that, something quick and dark that disappeared as fast as it came. He set the coffee down on my desk very slowly, very deliberately, and then he leaned in close enough that I could see the individual pores on his face. He whispered that I was making a mistake, that he was the only one who truly cared about me, that everyone else in this office was just pretending. He said I would regret pushing him away. Then he straightened up, smoothed down his polo shirt, and walked back to his own desk like nothing had happened. My legs felt weak. I had to sit down in my chair, the same chair he had just been sitting in, and I could still feel the warmth from his body on the fabric. That evening, I did not go to the parking garage alone. I had called my older brother Nathan during my lunch break, voice cracking as I explained what had been happening for the past 6 weeks. He drove an hour from Salem to meet me at the office, and when 5 o'clock came, we walked to the garage together. Nathan is a big guy, former college linebacker, the kind of person whose presence alone makes you feel safer. Boyd was there, of course, standing near the elevator doors on the 3rd level with that same blank expression. But when he saw Nathan walking beside me, something shifted. His face twitched, just slightly, like a glitch in a mask he had been wearing. Nathan stared him down the entire walk to my car, not saying a word, just making it absolutely clear that I was not alone anymore. Boyd did not wave that night. He did not move at all. He just watched us drive away, and in my rearview mirror, I saw him take out his phone and start typing something. I did not sleep well that night, wondering what message he was composing, who he was telling lies to now. The next morning, I walked into the office and went straight to Glenn, the senior manager, before Boyd could intercept me. I told him everything in a calm, measured voice, including the threat from the day before and the fact that Boyd had been waiting in the garage every single night. I told him about the previous woman who had quit, about the HR complaint that went nowhere, about how this pattern was going to keep repeating unless someone actually did something. Glenn looked uncomfortable, shifting in his seat, avoiding eye contact. He said he would talk to Boyd, that maybe there had been some misunderstandings. I told him that was not good enough, that I had already consulted with a lawyer and was prepared to take legal action against both Boyd and the company if this continued. That got his attention. His whole posture changed, and he asked me to give him 24 hours. The next day, I received an email from HR informing me that Boyd Whitmore had been placed on administrative leave, pending a formal investigation. 2 weeks later, he was terminated. I never saw him in the parking garage again. I wish I could say that was the end of it, that Boyd disappeared from my life completely after his termination. For about 3 months, things were quiet. I started making friends at the office, finally went to those Friday happy hours with Heather, and slowly felt the tension drain from my shoulders every time I walked to my car without seeing anyone waiting in the shadows. But then, in February, I got a letter in the mail with no return address. Inside was a single photograph of me walking into my apartment building, taken from across the street. On the back, written in neat handwriting, were the words, "I still think about you." I called the police that same day and filed for a restraining order. The judge granted it, After I presented my documentation, my notebook full of dates and incidents, the photograph, and a statement from Heather about the previous employee. Boyd violated the order once, showing up at a grocery store where I was shopping, standing at the end of the aisle just watching me. He was arrested, spent 3 days in jail, and after that, I never saw him again. I moved to a different part of the city 6 months later, got a new job at a smaller company, where I actually felt valued, and tried to rebuild some sense of normalcy. It has been almost 7 years now, and sometimes I still check my rearview mirror when I leave work. Sometimes I still feel a chill when a coworker stands too close or offers to bring me coffee. The thing that sticks with me most is not the fear, though that was real enough. It is the way everyone around me dismissed what was happening until I threatened to make it their problem. Boyd Whitmore spent 11 years at that company doing this to women, and nothing changed until lawyers got involved. I think about that other woman sometimes, the one who quit before me, and I wonder if she is okay, if she moved on, if she still looks over her shoulder in parking garages. I tell this story now because I want people to understand that predators do not always look like monsters. Sometimes they look like helpful coworkers with coffee and encouraging sticky notes. Sometimes they wear khakis and polo shirts and speak so softly, you have to lean in close to hear them. Trust your instincts, document everything, and do not let anyone make you feel crazy for protecting yourself. Overnight shifts at a gas station in the middle of nowhere have a way of making you question your life choices. My graduating class from 2011 had scattered across the country chasing careers and dreams, while I found myself behind a counter in rural Ohio, selling cigarettes and energy drinks to truckers passing through on Route 42. It was early February, a Wednesday night so cold that the air itself seemed frozen, and the fluorescent lights above the pumps flickered every few minutes like they were trying to send a message. I worked at a place called Rusty's Quick Stop, though nobody named Rusty had owned it in decades. Now it belonged to some corporation out of Chicago that sent us paychecks and nothing else. My shift partner that night was a guy named Boyd Pittman, a wiry man in his early 40s with deep-set eyes and a patchy beard that never quite filled in right. Boyd had been working there longer than anyone could remember, and he had this habit of humming old country songs under his breath while he restocked the coolers. We got along fine, mostly because neither of us felt the need to fill the silence with meaningless chatter. The trouble started around 11:30 when a customer pulled up in a beat-up Chevy pickup with rust eating through the wheel wells. He was a heavy-set guy in a camo jacket, the kind of regular we saw every week buying the same pack of Marlboro Reds and a tall boy of Bud Light. I was in the back doing inventory when I heard voices rising at the front counter. Not shouting exactly, but that tense, clipped tone people use right before things go sideways. By the time I came through the storage room door, the customer was already leaving, slamming the glass door hard enough to rattle the whole frame. Boyd stood behind the register with his jaw clenched so tight I could see the muscles twitching beneath his skin. When I asked what happened, he just shook his head and said the guy had accused him of shortchanging him by $1.50. It seemed like such a small thing at the time, the kind of minor friction that evaporates the moment the customer drives away. But Boyd kept staring at that door long after the taillights disappeared into the darkness, and something in his expression had shifted in a way I could not quite name. For the next hour, Boyd seemed to retreat into himself. He wandered between the aisles, straightening products that did not need straightening, adjusting candy bars so their labels faced forward with an almost obsessive precision. I tried to make small talk a few times, asked if he wanted me to grab him a coffee from the machine, mentioned that the weather was supposed to warm up by the weekend, but he barely acknowledged me. He just kept muttering under his breath, too quiet for me to catch the words, but loud enough that I could hear the rhythm of it, like he was rehearsing something or counting. Around 12:15, a couple stopped in to use the restroom and grab some snacks for the road, and Boyd refused to ring them up. He just stood there behind the counter staring at a spot on the wall while I apologized and handled the transaction myself. The woman gave me a look that said, "What's wrong with him?" And I shrugged like it was no big deal, even though my pulse had started to pick up in a way I did not like. After the couple left, Boyd announced he was going to the storage room to check on something. I said okay, figuring maybe he just needed a few minutes alone to shake off whatever was eating at him. The storage room was through a heavy metal door at the back of the building, a cluttered space filled with boxes of merchandise, cleaning supplies, and broken equipment that nobody had bothered to throw away. I went back to my spot behind the register and pulled out my phone, scrolling through nothing in particular just to pass the time. That was when I heard the first crash, a heavy, violent sound like shelving collapsing under weight. I called out Boyd's name, but there was no answer. Then came another crash, followed by a third, and beneath it all I could hear something that made the hair on my arms stand up straight. Boyd was laughing. Not a normal laugh, not the kind you let out when something is funny. This was high-pitched and breathless, almost like sobbing, and it did not stop. It just kept going and going while things shattered and tumbled in that back room. My first instinct was to call our manager, a guy named Lou Hensley, who lived about 20 minutes away in the nearest actual town. Lou was not exactly the kind of boss who inspired loyalty. He spent most of his time at home watching cable and only showed up to collect the register totals. But he was the only authority figure I had access to at that moment. I moved toward the landline phone mounted on the wall behind the counter, the one we used for calling in orders and emergencies. When I picked up the receiver, there was no dial tone, just dead silence. I pressed the hook switch a few times, thinking maybe the connection was loose, but nothing happened. That was strange because that phone had worked fine earlier in the evening when Lou had called to check if we needed anything from the supplier. I followed the cord with my eyes, tracing it along the wall toward the back office, where it connected to the main junction box. The cord disappeared through a gap in the wall paneling, and when I crouched down to look closer, I saw that it had been pulled clean out. Not cut, but yanked with enough force to rip the wires from their housing. The plastic casing was cracked, and the copper wiring inside hung limp like exposed tendons. A cold realization crept through me as I stood back up. Boyd had gone to the storage room maybe 10 minutes ago, but the back office shared a wall with that space. He could have easily slipped through the connecting door and torn out the phone line without me noticing. The crashing and laughing would have covered any sound. I reached for my cell phone in my back pocket, but when I pulled it out, the screen showed no signal. That was not unusual for this stretch of road. Cell coverage out here was spotty on a good day and nearly non-existent at night when atmospheric conditions shifted. Still, seeing those empty bars made my chest tighten in a way that bordered on panic. I was alone in this fluorescent-lit box in the middle of frozen farmland, miles from the nearest house, and the only other person here had just destroyed the only reliable way to call for help. The laughter from the storage room had stopped now, replaced by a silence that felt almost worse. I could hear the hum of the refrigerator units along the back wall, the tick of the clock above the door, and beneath it all, the sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving across the concrete floor of the storage room toward the door that led back to the main floor. I thought about running. The front door was maybe 15 feet away, and my car was parked on the side of the building near the dumpsters. But my keys were in my jacket, and my jacket was hanging on a hook in the back office. The same back office that shared a door with the storage room where Boyd was. For a split second, I considered just bolting outside anyway, flagging down a passing car or walking until I found a signal. But the temperature out there was well below freezing, and the next town was at least 8 miles down the road. I would be a popsicle before anyone found me. So I stayed where I was, standing behind the counter with my heart hammering against my ribs, watching that storage room door like it was the mouth of something hungry. The footsteps stopped. Then the door swung open slowly, the hinges groaning in a way I had never noticed before, and Boyd stepped through. He looked different now, not physically, but in the way he carried himself. His shoulders were relaxed, his movements smooth and unhurried. The frantic energy from before had drained away completely, leaving behind something that resembled calm, but did not feel like it. His eyes found mine across the store, and he smiled. It was the kind of smile you see on someone who has just solved a problem that has been bothering them for years. Boyd walked toward the counter without saying a word. His right hand hung loosely at his side, but I noticed his left arm was positioned slightly behind his back, the elbow bent at an unnatural angle like he was concealing something. I tried to keep my voice steady when I spoke, asking him if everything was okay, if he wanted to talk about what just happened in the storage room. He did not answer right away. Instead, he stopped about 3 feet from the counter and tilted his head to the side, studying me the way a child might study an insect before deciding whether to crush it. When he finally spoke, his voice was soft and measured, almost gentle. He said he had been thinking about things for a long time now, years actually, and that tonight something had finally clicked into place. He said he understood now what needed to be done, what he should have done a long time ago. I asked him what he meant, trying to keep the conversation going, trying to buy time for something I could not even name. Boyd brought his left hand around from behind his back, and I saw the box cutter gripped in his fingers. The blade was extended, catching the fluorescent light in a way that made it look almost surgical. He held it loosely, casually, like it was just another tool he used every day, which technically it was. We used those box cutters to open shipments, to slice through packing tape, to break down cardboard. But the way Boyd looked at it now made it clear he had something else in mind entirely. I kept the counter between us, my mind racing through every possible option. There was a baseball bat under the register. Lou had put it there years ago after a string of robberies hit gas stations along the highway, but reaching for it would mean taking my eyes off Boyd, and I was not willing to do that. Instead, I started talking. I told Boyd that whatever was going on, we could figure it out together. I reminded him that we had worked side by side for almost 2 years without any problems, that I considered him a decent guy, that I did not want to see him throw his life away over some customer who was not worth the trouble. Boyd listened with that same unsettling patience, the box cutter turning slowly between his fingers like a nervous habit. When I finished, he let out a long breath through his nose and shook his head like I had missed the point entirely. He said this was not about the customer. It was never about the customer. That man had just been the final piece of a puzzle Boyd had been assembling in his head for longer than he could remember. He talked about feeling invisible his whole life, about giving everything to jobs and people who never gave anything back, about waking up every morning knowing that nothing he did would ever matter to anyone. His voice stayed calm the whole time, almost philosophical, and that was what scared me more than anything. This was not rage. This was something that had been thought through, rationalized, accepted. Boyd took a step closer to the counter, and I instinctively stepped back until my shoulders hit the cigarette display behind me. He noticed the movement and stopped, tilting his head again with what looked almost like curiosity. He asked if I was afraid of him, and I did not see any point in lying. I told him yes, I was terrified. Something flickered across his face then, just for a moment, like my honesty had surprised him. He lowered the box cutter slightly, not putting it away but letting his arm relax at his side. He said he was not going to hurt me. That was not what tonight was about. He said there was someone else, someone who deserved what was coming, and once he took care of that, everything would finally balance out. I asked who he was talking about, and Boyd's expression hardened into something distant and cold. He mentioned a name I did not recognize. His ex-wife, he explained, who had taken his kids and moved to Indiana 3 years ago. He said she was the reason he had ended up in this dead-end job, the reason he had nothing left, the reason he woke up every day feeling like a ghost walking through a world that had already forgotten him. He was going to drive to her house tonight after our shift ended, and he was going to make sure she understood exactly how much pain she had caused him. The way he said it, so matter-of-fact and certain, made me realize that Boyd was not having a breakdown. He had already broken, probably a long time ago, and what I was seeing now was just the final crack spreading through the surface. I knew I had to do something. If Boyd walked out that door and drove to Indiana, someone was going to die. Maybe his ex-wife, maybe his kids if they got in the way. Maybe Boyd himself when the police caught up with him. And I would have to live with knowing I stood there and let it happen. So I did the only thing I could think of in that moment. I lied. I told Boyd I understood how he felt, that I had been through something similar after my own father walked out on our family when I was a kid. I told him that hurting his ex-wife would not fix anything. It would just mean his children would grow up knowing their father was a murderer, and they would hate him for it the same way I hated my dad for abandoning us. None of it was true. My parents were still married, still living in the same house in Columbus where I grew up. But I watched Boyd's face as I spoke, searching for any crack in that terrifying composure, and I saw something shift behind his eyes. He was listening. Really listening. I kept going, making up details about sleepless nights and therapy sessions, and the long road to forgiving someone who had hurt me deeply. I told him that revenge was a door that only opened one way, and once you walked through it, you could never come back. Boyd stood there for what felt like hours, though it was probably only a minute or two. The box cutter was still in his hand, but his grip had loosened, and the blade was no longer pointed in my direction. He looked exhausted suddenly, like all the energy that had been fueling him had drained away at once. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. He said he was tired. So tired of being angry, of carrying all this weight, of waking up every day with nothing to look forward to except more of the same emptiness. I saw tears forming in the corners of his eyes, and for the first time that night, Boyd looked less like a threat and more like what he really was. A broken man standing at the edge of a cliff, trying to decide whether to jump. I asked him to put down the box cutter, and after a long pause, he set it on the counter between us. The metal clattered against the surface, and I let out a breath I did not realize I had been holding. I came around the counter slowly, keeping my movements calm and deliberate, and I picked up the box cutter and slid it into my back pocket. Boyd did not try to stop me. He just stood there with his arms hanging limp at his sides, staring at the floor like he had forgotten where he was. Around 1 a.m, a semi-truck pulled into the lot to refuel, and the driver came inside to pay. I used the opportunity to ask if I could borrow his phone, told him mine had died, and I needed to make an urgent call. He handed it over without asking questions, and I stepped outside into the freezing air and dialed 911. I explained the situation as calmly as I could. My coworker had experienced some kind of mental health crisis. He had made threats against his ex-wife, and I needed someone to come out here before he changed his mind and tried to leave. The dispatcher told me to stay on the line, and that officers were being sent from the county sheriff's office about 25 minutes away. When I went back inside, Boyd was sitting on the floor behind the counter with his knees pulled up to his chest, rocking slightly and humming one of those old country songs he always hummed during his shifts. He did not look up when I approached. He did not seem to notice anything at all anymore. I sat down on the floor a few feet away from him and waited, watching the parking lot through the glass doors for the flash of red and blue lights. Neither of us said a word. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, and somewhere outside, the wind howled across the frozen fields. And I remember thinking that this was the longest night of my entire life. The police arrived around 1:40, 2 cruisers pulling into the lot with their lights on but no sirens. They took Boyd away in handcuffs, though he did not resist. He just walked between the officers like a sleepwalker, his eyes empty and distant. One of the deputies stayed behind to take my statement, and I told him everything that had happened from the argument with the customer to the moment I called for help. He said I had probably saved at least 1 life that night, maybe more, and that I should be proud of how I handled things. I did not feel proud. I felt hollow and exhausted and deeply shaken in a way I had never experienced before. I quit working at Rusty's Quick Stop a week later, could not bring myself to go back to that building, to stand behind that counter, to look at the spot where Boyd had set down that box cutter. I heard later that he was admitted to a psychiatric facility downstate, that his ex-wife had been notified about the threats and had taken out a restraining order. I never saw Boyd again. Sometimes I still think about that night, about how close everything came to going wrong, about the lies I told to keep a broken man from destroying himself and everyone around him. I do not know if what I did was right. I just know that when the sun finally came up the next morning, everyone who was supposed to be alive was still breathing, and maybe that is the only thing that matters in the end. Everyone at Harmon's Home Goods thought I was lucky to land the assistant manager position right after finishing community college in 2015. My mom kept telling her friends how proud she was, how her daughter was climbing the ladder at 23, while other kids from my graduating class were still figuring out what to do with their lives. The store sat in a small strip mall outside of Dayton, Ohio, sandwiched between a nail salon and a Chinese takeout place that always smelled like burnt sesame oil. Nothing glamorous, but the pay was decent, and the hours gave me enough time to take online classes toward my business degree. The store itself was one of those places that sold everything from picture frames to artificial plants, the kind of shop where middle-aged women spent Sunday afternoons browsing for things they did not really need. My manager, a heavy-set guy named Dennis who had been there for 15 years, trusted me enough to let me handle closing shifts alone most weeknights. It was quiet work, mostly restocking shelves and running the register for the few customers who wandered in after dinner. I liked the solitude, the hum of the fluorescent lights, the predictable rhythm of it all. That changed when corporate hired a new stock associate in early March. His name was Leonard Voss, and from the very first day, something about him made the air feel heavier. He was maybe 40, thin in a way that made his clothes hang loose on his frame, with pale blue eyes that never seemed to blink at the right moments. Leonard was polite to an almost uncomfortable degree, the kind of person who would hold a door open for you and then stand there smiling until you were completely through, watching the whole time. He spoke softly, always measuring his words like each one cost him something precious. The other employees found him odd but harmless, joking that he was probably just awkward from spending too much time alone, but I noticed things they did not. He started showing up 30 minutes before his shifts, sitting in his car in the parking lot with the engine off, just staring at the storefront. After closing time, when everyone else rushed to leave, Leonard would linger in the stockroom, rearranging boxes that did not need rearranging. Dennis said he was just dedicated, that we should be grateful someone actually wanted to work. I wanted to believe that. I really did. The Wednesday that everything fell apart started like any other closing shift. Dennis left around 6, patting me on the shoulder and reminding me to double-check the back door before I locked up. The evening crowd was thin, just a few regulars and a couple arguing over which lampshade matched their couch better. Leonard clocked in at 4, but was already there when I arrived at 3:30, leaning against the wall near the employee entrance with a cup of gas station coffee in his hand. He smiled when he saw me, that slow, careful smile that showed too many teeth, and said something about how the weather was getting warmer. I nodded and walked past him quickly, pretending I needed to check something on my phone. By 8, the store was empty, except for the two of us. I told Leonard he could head out early since we were dead, but he shook his head and said he wanted to help me organize the stockroom. His voice was calm, almost gentle, but there was something underneath it that made my chest tighten. I should have insisted, should have made up some excuse about needing to do inventory alone. Instead, I just shrugged and said sure, thinking maybe I was being paranoid about a guy who was simply trying to be helpful. The stockroom at Harmon's was a narrow maze of metal shelving units stacked with boxes of merchandise waiting to be unpacked. The lighting back there was harsh and uneven, casting long shadows that shifted every time you moved between the aisles. Leonard followed me in and immediately started straightening boxes on the lower shelves, humming something tuneless under his breath. I was reaching for a box of ceramic vases on a high shelf when my elbow caught the strap of his backpack, which he had left sitting on top of a crate near the door. The bag tumbled to the concrete floor and spilled open, scattering its contents in a messy arc across the ground. Pens, a water bottle, some crumpled receipts, and then a manila folder that slid out and fanned open, revealing a stack of papers covered in official-looking print. I crouched down to help gather everything, already apologizing, when my eyes caught a photograph paper-clipped to one of the documents. It was a woman, maybe early 30s, with shoulder-length brown hair and a nervous smile. Below the photo, in bold capital letters, were the words, "Restraining Order," followed by a case number and a date from 2016. My hands went cold and I felt the air leave my lungs, but I kept my face neutral, shoving everything back into the folder without looking at it again. I handed Leonard his backpack and forced a laugh, saying something about how clumsy I was, how I was always knocking things over. He took the bag from me slowly, his fingers brushing against mine for just a second too long. When I looked up at his face, the polite mask he always wore had slipped, just slightly, like a picture frame hanging crooked on a wall. His pale eyes studied me with an intensity that made my skin prickle, searching my expression for something I was desperately trying to hide. He asked me if I saw anything interesting in there, his voice still soft but with a new edge to it, like a knife wrapped in velvet. I shook my head and told him I was not paying attention, that I just grabbed everything and stuffed it back in. For a moment, neither of us moved. The fluorescent lights above us buzzed and flickered, and I became painfully aware of how far we were from the front of the store, from the windows, from anyone who might walk by and see us. Then Leonard smiled again, but this time it did not reach his eyes. He said it was fine, that he appreciated me helping him pick everything up, and he zipped the backpack closed with slow, deliberate movements. After that, the atmosphere in the store shifted into something I cannot quite describe. It was like the air had thickened, like every shadow in my peripheral vision was watching me. Leonard did not go back to organizing the stockroom. Instead, he followed me out onto the sales floor and stayed within 15 feet of me no matter where I went. When I walked to the register to count the drawer, he appeared at the end of the aisle, pretending to straighten a display of picture frames. When I moved to the home decor section to fix a fallen sign, he was suddenly there too, examining a set of candles like they were the most fascinating things he had ever seen. I tried to tell myself it was coincidence, that the store was small and we were bound to cross paths. But every time I turned around, there he was, those unblinking eyes locked onto me with a patience that felt predatory. Around 9:30, he finally spoke again. He was standing near the greeting card section, maybe 10 feet away from me, and he asked in that measured voice of his whether I thought people trusted too easily these days. I pretended not to hear him at first, hoping he would let it go. He did not. He repeated the question, slower this time, and added that some people just hand over their trust to strangers without ever stopping to wonder if they should. I mumbled something about how I guessed that was true, trying to keep my voice steady while my heart slammed against my ribs like it was trying to escape. Leonard nodded slowly, as if I had just confirmed something he already knew. He took a few steps closer, close enough that I could smell the stale coffee on his breath and see a small scar on his chin I had never noticed before. He told me he used to work at a department store up in Michigan, a place called Burgers that went out of business a few years back. Said he had a coworker there, a young woman named Heather who was a lot like me. Friendly, hardworking, always willing to close alone because she thought it made her look dedicated. His voice dropped lower when he said her name, almost tender, and something about the way he lingered on those two syllables made my stomach turn. I asked him what happened to her, the question slipping out before I could stop it. Leonard tilted his head to one side, studying me the way a cat studies a mouse that has wandered too far from its hole. He said he was not sure, that she stopped showing up to work one day and nobody ever heard from her again. Then he smiled, that wrong smile that showed all his teeth, and said some people just vanish like that, like smoke. The next hour was the longest of my life. I kept glancing at the clock above the register, watching the minutes crawl by with agonizing slowness. Leonard stayed close, always close, commenting on things in that soft voice that now sounded like a threat wrapped in politeness. He asked me if anyone knew I was working tonight, if my family expected me home at a certain time. When I lied and said my boyfriend was picking me up at 10, something flickered across his face, a micro-expression of annoyance that vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. He recovered fast, nodding and saying that was nice, that it was smart for a young woman to have someone looking out for her. I did not have a boyfriend. I lived alone in a studio apartment 15 minutes away, and the only person who might notice if I did not come home was my cat. But Leonard did not need to know that. I excused myself to the bathroom, locking the door behind me and pulling out my phone with trembling fingers. My first instinct was to call the police, but what would I even say? That my coworker was being creepy? That I found some papers in his bag? I needed more, something concrete that would make them take me seriously. So I opened my browser and typed in his name along with the word restraining order, praying that whatever I found would tell me I was overreacting. The search results loaded slowly on my cracked phone screen, each second stretching into an eternity, while I stood in that cramped bathroom with my back pressed against the cold tile wall. The first few links were useless, just social media profiles and a white pages listing. But then I found an article from a local news station in Grand Rapids, dated January 2017. The headline read, "Person of interest named in Burger's employee disappearance case." There was a photo of Leonard, younger but unmistakably him, standing outside a police station with his lawyer. The article said a 26-year-old woman named Heather Dominguez had been reported missing after failing to show up for her shift at Burger's department store. Coworkers told investigators that a male employee had been exhibiting unusual behavior toward her in the weeks before she vanished. Leonard Voss was questioned multiple times but never charged due to insufficient evidence. Heather's car was found abandoned in a parking garage 3 miles from the store. Her body was never recovered. I scrolled further and found another article mentioning that a restraining order had been filed against Leonard by a different woman, a neighbor who claimed he had been watching her apartment for months. The case was dropped when she moved out of state. My vision blurred, and I had to grip the edge of the sink to keep from collapsing. The man outside that door, the man who had been following me all night, was almost certainly responsible for making a woman disappear forever. I gave myself 60 seconds to fall apart, letting the panic wash over me in hot waves before forcing it back down. I could not afford to lose control, not now. Not with Leonard waiting somewhere out there on the sales floor. I flushed the toilet to keep up appearances and ran the sink for a few seconds, buying myself time to think. My phone showed 9:47, which meant I had maybe 13 minutes before closing time, before I would have to walk out to the dark parking lot where Leonard's car sat waiting like a patient predator. I thought about calling 911 right there, but the bathroom had no windows and only one door, and if Leonard heard me talking to the police, I had no idea what he might do. I needed to get to the front of the store, closer to the entrance, closer to the security cameras that fed into the monitor in Dennis's office. I needed to act normal for just a little longer. I unlocked the bathroom door and stepped out, my legs feeling like they were made of wet cement. Leonard was standing at the end of the hallway, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, watching me emerge with an expression that was somehow both blank and hungry at the same time. He asked if I was feeling okay, said I had been in there a while. I told him my stomach was bothering me, something I ate for lunch. He nodded slowly, those pale eyes never leaving my face, and said we should probably start closing up soon. I walked toward the front of the store with Leonard trailing behind me, his footsteps soft and measured on the linoleum floor. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to run, to bolt for the door and never look back. But I knew that would only trigger whatever violence he was capable of. Instead, I kept my pace steady and my breathing controlled, focusing on the glowing exit sign above the entrance like it was a lighthouse guiding me through a storm. When I reached the register, I made a show of counting the drawer while secretly typing a text to my older brother Kevin, with one hand hidden below the counter. I wrote 3 words: "Call me now." 30 seconds later, my phone rang, the sound cutting through the silence like a Ju Ming lifeline. I answered it loudly, saying Kevin's name and asking him where he was, pretending to listen while he asked me what was going on. I told him I was just finishing up at work, and that I would meet him outside in 2 minutes, making sure my voice carried across the store. Leonard had stopped near the greeting card aisle, watching me with an unreadable expression. I saw his jaw tighten, saw his hands curl into loose fists at his sides, and for one terrifying moment I thought he was going to call my bluff. But then something shifted in his posture, a subtle relaxation that told me he had decided tonight was not the night. He grabbed his backpack from behind the counter and told me he was going to head out, that he would see me tomorrow. I watched him walk through the automatic doors and disappear into the darkness of the parking lot, and I did not take a full breath until I saw the headlights of his old Chevy pull out onto the main road. Kevin stayed on the phone with me while I locked up the store and sprinted to my car, my keys clutched between my fingers like a weapon. I drove straight to the police station and told them everything, showed them the articles on my phone, gave them Leonard's full name and the license plate number I had memorized weeks ago, out of some instinct I could not explain at the time. The detective who took my statement was a tired-looking woman in her 50s, who listened without interrupting, her expression growing darker with every detail I shared. She told me they would look into it, that they would contact the department in Michigan and see if there was enough to reopen the investigation. I never went back to Harmon's. I called Dennis the next morning and quit over the phone, not giving him a reason, not caring what he thought. A week later, Kevin helped me move to a different city, a fresh start somewhere Leonard Voss would never find me. I learned from a news article 6 months later that he had been arrested in Indiana after a woman reported him for following her home from her workplace. The police searched his apartment and found photographs of dozens of women, taken without their knowledge, along with journals filled with detailed observations about their routines. Heather Dominguez was never found, and I still think about her sometimes. Wonder if things might have been different if someone had trusted their instincts sooner. I think about how close I came to becoming another name in one of his journals, another woman who vanished like smoke. And I think about how the only reason I am here to tell this story is because I listened to that small voice in the back of my head, the one that kept whispering that something was deeply, terribly wrong with the quiet man who smiled too much and never blinked at the right moments. Night shift at Holbrook Distribution Center paid better than anything else I could find after dropping out of college my sophomore year. My parents had graduated in the class of '89, both of them, and here I was stacking boxes in a warehouse outside of Portland while my younger sister finished her nursing degree. It was humbling, sure, but the work was steady and the people mostly kept to themselves. I had been there about 8 months when Curtis Beal transferred from the morning crew to our shift. He was one of those guys who stood a little too close when he talked, always finding reasons to hover near my station in the picking area. At first I thought he was just lonely, new to the shift, no friends yet, probably nervous. He had this habit of laughing at things that were not funny, this dry chuckle that came half a second too late. I made the mistake of being polite to him during my first week working alongside him, and I think he took that politeness as an invitation to something more. Curtis was probably somewhere in his mid-40s, with thinning hair he combed straight back, and these watery blue eyes that never seemed to blink enough. He wore the same rotation of 3 polo shirts under his safety vest, and he always smelled faintly of menthol cigarettes and cheap soap. The first few conversations were harmless enough. He asked about my car, about whether I liked the shift supervisor, about what kind of music I listened to during my commute. I answered with short sentences, nothing personal, just enough to not seem rude. But then he started showing up at my locker before shifts, waiting there like it was our meeting spot. He would ask if I wanted to walk to the floor together, and when I said I needed to use the restroom first, he would still be there when I came back. My coworker Elise noticed before I did. She pulled me aside one night and said that Curtis had been asking other people questions about me, whether I had a boyfriend, where I lived, what my schedule looked like. I tried to create distance after that. Started taking my breaks at different times, eating my lunch in my car instead of the break room, switching my locker to the row closer to the supervisor's office. For about 2 weeks it seemed to work. Curtis would still wave at me from across the floor, still try to catch my eye when we passed each other near the loading docks. But he kept his distance. I thought maybe he had gotten the message. Maybe he had found someone else to fixate on. Maybe I had been overthinking the whole thing. Then came the night he sat down next to me in the parking lot. I was in my car with the windows cracked, eating a sandwich and scrolling through my phone, when the passenger door opened and he just climbed in. No knock, no asking permission. He sat down in my passenger seat like we had planned to meet there, like this was something we did every night. He had a bag of chips in his hand and he offered me some, smiling with those thin, colorless lips. And I was so stunned that I did not say anything for a full 5 seconds. I told him he needed to get out of my car. My voice came out smaller than I wanted it to, almost like a question instead of a demand. Curtis laughed, that same delayed chuckle, and said he just wanted to keep me company, said he noticed I always ate alone and that it made him sad to see. I repeated myself, louder this time, and something in his expression shifted. It was subtle, just a flicker behind his eyes, but I saw irritation there, maybe even anger. He held up his hands in mock surrender, and said he was just trying to be friendly, that I did not need to be so hostile about it. Then he got out, slow and deliberate, and stood outside my window for a moment before walking away. He did not look back, but I watched him cross the parking lot in my rearview mirror, and I noticed that his hands were balled into fists at his sides. I locked my doors and sat there until my break was over, my sandwich untouched on my lap. The next few shifts were quiet, almost too quiet. Curtis avoided me entirely, would not even look in my direction when we crossed paths on the floor. I told myself that the car incident had finally gotten through to him, that he understood now that I wanted nothing to do with him. Elise was not so sure. She said men like Curtis did not just give up, that they stewed and planned and waited. I thought she was being paranoid. Then a new hire named Becca started on our shift. Young, maybe 19 or 20, fresh out of high school with braces still on her teeth. She worked the station next to mine, and on her third night she asked me a question that made my throat tighten. She wanted to know if it was true, what Curtis had told her during orientation. She said he had mentioned that we used to date, that things had ended badly, that I had a habit of leading men on. Her voice was curious, not accusatory, like she was just trying to get the gossip straight. I told Becca that none of it was true, that Curtis and I had never dated, that I had barely spoken 10 sentences to him in total. She looked confused, said that he had been pretty detailed about it, mentioned specific dates we had supposedly gone on, restaurants we had eaten at together, even described a necklace he claimed to have bought me for my birthday. I felt sick listening to her recount these fabrications. The level of detail he had invented was disturbing, like he had constructed an entire relationship in his mind and was now presenting it as fact to anyone who would listen. Becca apologized, said she had no idea, said Curtis had seemed so sincere when he talked about it. I asked her who else he had told these stories to. She said she was not sure, but that he had been chatting with pretty much everyone during the orientation sessions that week. There had been 6 new hires altogether, and Curtis had apparently made himself their unofficial welcome committee. Over the next several days, I started noticing the looks. Whispers that stopped when I walked into the break room. Small groups of newer employees glancing at me and then quickly looking away. One guy from receiving, barely out of his teens, actually winked at me when I passed him near the loading bay, and when I asked him what that was about, he just laughed and said Curtis had told him I was a lot of fun. I did not understand what he meant at first. Then Elise pulled me aside again and told me what she had overheard in the women's restroom. 2 of the new hires had been talking about me, sharing stories that Curtis had apparently told them in graphic detail. Stories about things I had supposedly done with him, intimate things, explicit things, described with enough specificity that they sounded almost believable. One of the girls had mentioned a birthmark on my lower back, something Curtis could not possibly have known about unless he had seen me undressed, which he absolutely had not. I confronted Curtis that same night, found him by the vending machines during second break, alone for once, feeding quarters into the slot for a candy bar. I asked him what he thought he was doing, why he was telling people these lies, where he had even gotten the detail about the birthmark. He turned around slowly, that infuriating half-smile on his face, and said he had no idea what I was talking about. I told him I knew exactly what he had been saying, that multiple people had come to me with his stories, that this was harassment and I was going to report him. The smile did not waver. He leaned in closer, close enough that I could smell the menthol on his breath, and said that it was his word against mine, and that everyone already believed him. Then he said something that made my entire body go rigid. He described the birthmark again, its exact shape and location, and then he described something else, a small scar on my hip from a childhood bike accident, something not even my closest friends knew about. He said he had seen everything, and that I should be more careful about leaving my gym bag unattended in the locker room. I went straight to the shift supervisor after that conversation. His name was Gary Fonseca, a heavy-set man in his 50s who had been running the night crew for over a decade. I sat in his cramped office with the fluorescent light buzzing overhead and told him everything. The unwanted attention, the invasion of my car, the fabricated stories, the intimate details Curtis could only have obtained by going through my personal belongings. Gary listened with his arms crossed, nodding occasionally, his expression unreadable. When I finished, he let out a long breath and said he would look into it. Said he took these things seriously. Said I should document everything from now on. But then he added something that made my heart sink. He said Curtis had been with the company for almost 15 years, that he had never had a single complaint against him, that some of the things I was describing sounded like misunderstandings. He asked if maybe I had given Curtis mixed signals without realizing it. I left his office feeling smaller than when I had walked in. The documentation became my obsession after that. I started carrying a small notebook in my vest pocket, writing down every interaction, every look, every comment I overheard. I saved text messages from coworkers who told me what Curtis was saying behind my back. I even asked Elise to write a statement about what she had witnessed, which she did without hesitation. Within 2 weeks, I had filled half the notebook with incidents. Times Curtis had followed me to my car after shift. Times he had shown up in aisles where I was working alone. Times new employees had approached me with increasingly disturbing versions of his stories. The rumors had evolved by then. He was no longer just claiming we had dated. Now he was telling people we were still seeing each other in secret, that I was engaged to someone else but could not stay away from him, that I had begged him not to tell anyone about our arrangement. One of the newer guys asked me point blank if it was true that I had a thing for older men, and when I said absolutely not, he just shrugged and said Curtis had shown him pictures. That was when I knew I had to go above Gary. The pictures changed everything. I contacted corporate HR directly, sent them an email with scanned pages from my notebook, attached the written statements from Elise and 2 other coworkers who had come forward, and explained that my direct supervisor had dismissed my concerns. The response came faster than I expected. Within 48 hours, an HR representative named Claudia drove up from the regional office to conduct interviews. She spoke to me first, then to Elise, then to several of the newer employees who had heard Curtis spreading his stories. She also pulled the security footage from the parking lot, which clearly showed Curtis entering my vehicle without permission on the night he had climbed into my car. When she finally sat down with Curtis himself, the interview lasted almost 2 hours. I do not know exactly what was said in that room, but I know that when Curtis walked out, his face was the color of old newspaper. He did not look at anyone. He went straight to his locker, gathered his things, and left the building. Claudia told me later that the pictures he had been showing people were photos he had taken of me from a distance, candid shots of me walking to my car, bending over to pick something up, standing at my workstation. Nothing explicit, but invasive enough to constitute grounds for immediate termination. Curtis was fired that same week. I learned through the grapevine that he had tried to fight it, claimed that the photos were innocent, claimed that I had led him on and then turned vindictive when he rejected me. But the documentation I had gathered was too thorough, the witness statements too consistent, and the security footage too damning. The last I heard, he had moved out of state. Someone said he had family in New Mexico, though I never bothered to verify it. I stayed at Holbrook for another year after that, long enough to watch the rumors fade and the new hires stop looking at me like I was some kind of scandal. Elise got promoted to team lead and made sure I was never scheduled anywhere near receiving, where Curtis used to work. I eventually left for a better job at a medical supply company across town, somewhere with daylight hours and no locker rooms. Sometimes I still think about those weeks when Curtis was constructing his fantasy version of me, telling strangers intimate details he had pieced together from stolen glances and rifled belongings. I think about how easily people believed him, how quickly a reputation can be dismantled by someone willing to lie with enough conviction. Keep my car doors locked now, even in my own driveway. I check behind me when I walk through parking lots at night. Some habits are hard to break once someone teaches you why they matter. Friday nights at Bronco Burger were always chaos, but I had learned to love the rhythm of it. Orders flying, timers beeping, the smell of grease permanently embedded in my work shirts. My high school class graduated in 2015, and while most of my friends had moved on to office jobs or college degrees, I had climbed my way up from fry cook to shift supervisor at the busiest location in Albuquerque. It was not glamorous, but it paid the bills for my apartment and kept me busy enough that I did not have time to overthink my life choices. That particular Friday in March felt like any other, until a new hire named Curtis Weaver walked through the back door for his first closing shift. He was maybe a few years older than me, with a weathered look that suggested he had seen more than his share of rough nights. The hiring manager had brought him on last minute to cover a staffing gap, and I did not think much of it at first. Curtis kept his head down those first couple of hours, which I actually appreciated. New hires who talked too much usually burned the patties or forgot to restock the napkin dispensers. But there was something particular about the way he moved through the restaurant, always positioning himself away from certain spots. When I asked him to cover the drive-through window so Megan could take her break, he immediately suggested he could handle the grill instead. I figured maybe he just felt more comfortable with cooking than customer interaction. Some people are like that. But then I noticed he never walked past the front counter cameras when he could avoid it. He would take the long way around through the storage hallway just to get to the freezer. During his smoke breaks, he stood pressed against the brick wall in a spot where the parking lot cameras could not reach. I told myself he was probably just one of those guys with social anxiety, maybe self-conscious about being recorded. Plenty of people hate cameras. Still, a small part of my brain filed it away as odd. A week passed, and Curtis showed up for every shift on time, worked hard, never complained. I started to think I had been paranoid for nothing. He was quiet, sure, but he was reliable. And in fast food, reliable is worth its weight in gold. Then came the Tuesday night that changed everything. We were slammed until around 9, and after the rush finally died down, I headed to the break room to grab my energy drink from the mini fridge. The door was slightly open, and I pushed through without thinking. Curtis was sitting at the small table with his phone in his hands, and the second he saw me, he practically slapped the screen against his chest. His whole body went rigid, like a kid caught looking at something he should not be seeing. I put my hands up and laughed, told him to relax, I was just grabbing my drink. But I had already seen a flash of what was on his screen before he hit it. A news website, some kind of article with a mugshot photo at the top. He mumbled something about just checking the weather and shoved his phone into his pocket. I nodded, grabbed my drink and walked out. But the image stuck with me. A mugshot, a headline in bold red letters. Why would anyone react that way to a weather app? That night, after we locked up and I drove home to my apartment on Copper Avenue, I could not stop thinking about it. I kept telling myself it was none of my business. Maybe he had a family member in trouble with the law. Maybe he was reading about a friend. There were 100 innocent explanations. But something in the way his face had drained of color when he saw me, that was not embarrassment. That was fear. Real, animal fear. The kind you see in someone who thinks they have been caught. I barely slept that night, replaying the moment over and over in my head. The next few shifts, I watched Curtis more carefully. Not obviously. I did not want him to notice. But I paid attention. And that is when the questions started. It began small, almost casual. He asked me how often the Cisco truck came with supplies, and I told him Wednesdays and Saturdays, usually around 6 in the morning before we opened. He nodded like he was just making conversation. Then 2 nights later, while we were mopping the floors after close, he asked if the manager always counted the safe at the same time. I told him yeah, every night at 11:15, right before the final deposit. He laughed and said he was just curious about how things worked around here, wanted to understand the routine. But there was something behind his eyes when he asked, a sharpness that did not match the casual tone of his voice. I started keeping mental notes of every question he asked, and by the end of that week, the list had grown long enough to make my stomach turn. Thursday night was when things got worse. We were alone in the back, restocking the walk-in freezer, and Curtis leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed. He asked me, real quiet, whether the back door alarm still glitched sometimes. I stopped what I was doing and looked at him, told him I did not know what he meant. He shrugged and said he had heard one of the other employees mention that the alarm on the emergency exit had a problem, that sometimes it did not go off right away when the door opened. I lied and told him they had fixed it months ago, that it worked fine now. He just nodded, but I could see the gears turning behind his eyes. He was testing me, trying to figure out if I knew something, or maybe trying to figure out if the building had a weakness he could exploit. When I got home that night, I locked my apartment door, sat on my couch, and finally typed his name into Google, Curtis Weaver. Nothing came up except some random LinkedIn profiles and a high school football coach from Tennessee. Whoever this guy was, Curtis Weaver was not his real name. I spent the next hour digging through everything I could find. I remembered the flash of that news article, the mugshot, the red headline. So I started searching for armed robberies in New Mexico from the past few months. Nothing matched. I expanded the search to neighboring states, Arizona, Texas, Colorado. That is when I found it. A news story from a local station in Las Cruces about an armed robbery at a sandwich shop 3 towns over from where I lived. 2 men had walked in just before closing, held the employees at gunpoint, and emptied the safe. One of the robbers had been caught a week later, but the other one had vanished. The article included a photo from the security camera, grainy but clear enough. The man in the image had the same narrow face, the same high cheekbones, the same way of holding his shoulders slightly hunched forward. But what made my chest tighten was the tattoo. On the side of his neck, partially visible in the security footage, was a tattoo of a snake coiled around a dagger. I had seen that exact tattoo on Curtis when he leaned over the fryer, his collar pulling to the side. There was no doubt in my mind anymore. I was working closing shifts with a wanted man. I barely made it to the bathroom before I threw up. My mind was racing through every interaction I had with him, every time we had been alone in the building together. He had asked about the safe. He had asked about the delivery schedule. He had asked about the alarm. This was not paranoia, this was a pattern. He was planning something, and I was the idiot who had been answering his questions like we were just coworkers making small talk. I sat on my bathroom floor for 20 minutes trying to figure out what to do. Part of me wanted to call the police right then, but I had no real proof. A grainy photo and a tattoo would not be enough. And if I was wrong, if somehow this was all a terrible coincidence, I could ruin an innocent man's life. But deep down, I knew I was not wrong. The way he hid from cameras, the fake name, the specific questions about our security vulnerabilities. Curtis, or whatever his real name was, had picked Bronco Burger as his next target, and I had 3 more closing shifts with him that week. Friday came, and I drove to work with a knot in my stomach so tight I could barely breathe. I had spent the previous night reading everything I could find about the robbery. The man who got caught had taken a plea deal and was serving 8 years. His partner, the one still missing, was identified as Darren Schofield, 31 years old with prior arrests for assault and breaking and entering. The fugitive alert had been issued 2 months ago, and police believed he had fled the state. But he had not fled anywhere. He was standing at the grill station when I walked in, flipping patties like he did not have a care in the world. I clocked in, put on my headset, and tried to act normal. Every time he looked at me, I felt like he could see right through my face, like he knew that I knew. I kept telling myself to stay calm, to just get through the shift. Megan was working drive-through and a kid named Jordan was handling the front counter. As long as there were other people around, I figured I was safe. But then Megan asked if she could leave an hour early because her sister was having car trouble, and I heard myself say yes before I could think it through. By 10:30, it was just me, Jordan, and Darren in the building. Jordan was 17, skinny, more interested in his phone than in any potential danger. He had no idea what was happening. I positioned myself near the front counter, close to the panic button we had installed under the register, after a string of robberies hit fast food joints across the city a few years back. I watched Darren from the corner of my eye as he wiped down tables in the dining area. He kept glancing at the clock on the wall, and every glance made my pulse spike higher. At 10:45, he walked toward the back of the restaurant, toward the manager's office where the safe was kept. I called out and asked where he was going. He turned around with this easy smile and said he was just grabbing more napkins from storage. But the napkin boxes were in the opposite direction, near the walk-in freezer. He knew that. I knew that. And in that moment, we both knew that the other one was lying. I made a decision right there. I told Jordan to take his break early, to go sit in his car for 15 minutes and call his girlfriend or whatever he wanted to do. The kid did not argue. He grabbed his phone and walked out the front door without a second thought. As soon as he was gone, I turned to Darren and told him we needed to talk. He stopped walking and faced me, his expression shifting from that fake casual smile to something harder, something colder. I told him I knew who he was. I told him I had seen the article about Las Cruces, and I had seen the fugitive alert with his real face on it. For a long second, neither of us moved. Then he took a step toward me, and I took a step back, my hand sliding under the counter toward the panic button. I told him that if he took one more step, I would press the button and the police would be here in 4 minutes. He stopped. His jaw tightened, and I could see the calculation happening behind his eyes, weighing his options, figuring out if he could reach me before I reached the button. I kept talking, kept my voice steady even though my heart was slamming against my ribs. I told him he could walk out the back door right now and disappear, and I would not press anything until he had a 5-minute head start. I did not want to be a hero. I just wanted to survive the night. He stared at me for what felt like an hour but was probably only 10 seconds. Then he laughed, this low, hollow sound that had no humor in it, and shook his head. He called me smart, said most people would have just kept their mouths shut and hoped for the best. Then he turned around, walked through the kitchen and pushed open the back door. The alarm went off, that high-pitched screech filling the empty restaurant, and I watched him disappear into the darkness of the parking lot behind the building. I waited until I could not see him anymore, then I pressed the panic button anyway. The police showed up 11 minutes later and I told them everything. They put out an alert, searched the area, but Darren Schofield was gone. A detective told me I had done the right thing, that confronting him directly was dangerous but probably saved my life, and Jordan's too. I quit Bronco Burger 2 weeks later. I could not stand being in that building anymore, jumping every time the back door opened, flinching every time a new hire walked in. They caught Darren 4 months later in a motel outside of Tucson, trying to pull the same routine at a gas station. I read about it online and felt this strange mix of relief and lingering dread. Sometimes I still think about that moment when we stood there staring at each other, both of us knowing the truth. I got lucky that night. He decided I was not worth the risk, but I will never forget the look in his eyes when he was deciding, that cold, empty calculation, like he was measuring whether my life was worth more than his freedom. I hope I never see a look like that again. Closing shifts at Baxter's Home Goods were never anyone's idea of a good time, but I needed the extra hours that spring. My older brother had just gotten married the month before, and somewhere between the bachelor party and the wedding gift, my savings account had taken a serious hit. At 26, watching your siblings settle into adulthood while you still eat cereal for dinner most nights does something to your self-esteem. So picking up shifts felt like the least pathetic way to get back on track. The store was one of those massive warehouse-style places on the outskirts of Fredericksburg, Virginia, surrounded by nothing but a half-empty parking lot and a Taco Bell that closed at 10. That Wednesday night in April 2018, the schedule had me paired with Wanda for closing duties, which meant mopping floors, restocking shelves, and counting registers until almost midnight. I did not mind working with her, even though most people on the team found her a little strange. Wanda had transferred to our location about 4 months earlier from a store somewhere in Delaware, and she kept mostly to herself in a way that felt less antisocial and more like she was carrying something heavy she did not want to talk about. She was maybe 15 years older than me, with graying hair she kept in a tight bun and these deep-set eyes that always seemed to be looking past whatever was right in front of her. People in the break room whispered that she had left an abusive marriage, though nobody knew for sure, and I never asked. What I did know was that she worked harder than anyone else on the floor, never complained about staying late, and had this habit of triple-checking the locks before leaving like she expected someone to be waiting outside. That night, she seemed more on edge than usual, dropping her keys twice while we finished the registers and flinching hard when a car alarm went off in the parking lot. When I asked if she was okay, She just nodded quickly and said something about not sleeping well lately. I should have paid more attention to the way her hands trembled when she said it. We finished closing around 11:45, and I walked Wanda out to her car like I always did. The parking lot had that eerie orange glow from the sodium lights, and our footsteps echoed louder than they should have against the empty asphalt. Her old Nissan Sentra sat alone near the back of the lot, which I always thought was a weird choice since there were plenty of spots closer to the door. When she tried to start it, the engine made this grinding sound, and then nothing. She tried again, same result. I could see her grip tightening on the steering wheel, knuckles going white, and for a second I thought she might start crying. I offered to give her a jump, but after checking under the hood, it was clear the battery was not the problem. Something mechanical had given out, and neither of us knew enough about cars to figure out what. She sat there staring at the dashboard like it had personally betrayed her, and I felt terrible just leaving her stranded in that empty lot close to midnight. That is when I made the offer that changed everything about that night. I told her I could drive her home, that it was no big deal, that she could call a tow truck in the morning when places were actually open. She hesitated for a long moment, looking around the parking lot like she was scanning for something in the shadows, and then finally agreed with a quiet thank you that barely reached my ears. The drive to her apartment complex took about 20 minutes, and she spent most of it staring out the passenger window without saying a word. I tried to make small talk about work stuff, about the new inventory system everyone hated, about our manager's annoying habit of scheduling meetings during lunch breaks. She gave one-word answers at best, and after a while I just let the silence fill the car. When we pulled into her complex, this rundown 3-story building with flickering hallway lights, she asked if I could walk her to her door. Said she did not like walking through the building alone at night. Something in her voice made it impossible to say no. Her apartment was on the 3rd floor, at the end of a hallway that smelled like mildew and cigarette smoke. The carpet was this faded brown color with stains I did not want to think about, and half the lights along the ceiling were either burned out or buzzing like dying insects. Wanda walked fast, her keys already in her hand, checking each door we passed like she expected one of them to swing open. When we reached her unit, number 312, she fumbled with the lock for what felt like forever before finally getting it open. She stepped inside and flicked on the light, then turned to thank me for the ride. I was about to say goodnight and head back to my car when she grabbed my wrist. Not hard, but firm enough to stop me. She asked if I could just come in for a minute, said she wanted to make sure everything was okay inside before I left. Her eyes had this desperate look that I had never seen at work, like she was holding back something much bigger than what she was saying. Against every instinct telling me to go home, I stepped inside. The apartment was small and sparse, just a living room connected to a tiny kitchen, with a single door that I assumed led to the bedroom. The furniture looked secondhand, a sagging couch with floral print, a coffee table with water rings on the surface, and a television that had to be at least 15 years old. What struck me was how clean everything was despite looking worn out, like she spent hours scrubbing surfaces that would never look new again. There were no pictures on the walls, no decorations, nothing personal at all except for a small ceramic cat figurine sitting on the windowsill above the kitchen sink. Wanda locked the door behind us, and I heard her slide the deadbolt, then a chain lock, then what sounded like a secondary bolt near the floor. 3 locks for a tiny apartment in a rundown complex seemed excessive, but I did not say anything. She walked through the space quickly, checking the bedroom, the closet, even pulling back the shower curtain in the bathroom. When she came back to the living room, she let out this long breath like she had been holding it the whole time. That is when I said I should probably get going, that it was getting late. And that is when everything changed. Wanda was standing between me and the door when her face just crumbled. There is no other way to describe it. One second she looked relieved, and the next her expression twisted into something raw and terrified, like she had suddenly remembered something horrible. She started mumbling under her breath, words I could not quite catch, and her eyes darted to the window like she had heard something outside. I asked her what was wrong, and she grabbed both my arms with a strength that surprised me, her fingernails digging into my skin through my jacket. She said he had found her. She said he was here, that he had been following her for weeks, watching her at work, waiting in the parking lot. I asked who, and she just shook her head violently, tears starting to stream down her face. She said I could not leave, that if I opened that door he would get in, that he was probably in the hallway right now. I tried to stay calm, told her we could call the police if someone was stalking her, but she almost screamed when I said that. She said the police never helped, that they never believed her, that last time she called them they treated her like she was crazy and let him walk free. I did not know what to do. Part of me wanted to believe her, because the fear on her face was so genuine it made my chest tight. But another part of me was starting to realize that something was very wrong with Wanda herself, not just her situation. She kept pacing between the door and the window, peeking through the blinds every few seconds, muttering about how he always found her no matter where she went. I tried to inch toward the door, said I could check the hallway to make sure no one was there, but she practically threw herself in front of it. She begged me not to open it, said that was exactly what he wanted, that he was waiting for one of us to step out. Her voice had this cracked, desperate quality that I had only ever heard in movies about people losing their grip on reality. I pulled out my phone to call someone, anyone, and she slapped it out of my hand so fast I did not even see her move. It hit the floor and slid under the couch, and she stood there breathing hard, saying she was sorry but I did not understand, that phones were how he tracked her, that he had people everywhere listening. That was the moment I understood I was trapped in that apartment with someone who was genuinely unwell, and I had no idea how I was going to get out. The next hour was one of the longest of my life. Wanda kept moving around the apartment like a caged animal, checking the window, pressing her ear against the door, whispering things I could not hear. I sat on the couch trying to figure out my options, but every time I shifted my weight or made any movement toward the door, she would snap her attention to me with this look that made me stay perfectly still. Around 1 in the morning, she went into the kitchen and came back holding a knife. Not a small one either, but a proper chef's knife with a blade that caught the dim light from the ceiling fixture. She was not pointing it at me, just holding it at her side, but my whole body went cold seeing it in her hand. She said it was for protection, that if he broke through the door, she needed to be ready. I told her to put it down, that she was scaring me, and she looked at me with these hollow eyes and said I was the only person she could trust, that everyone else had abandoned her, that I was the only one who understood. I did not understand anything except that I needed to get out of there before the situation got worse. She started talking then, really talking, and I let her because I thought maybe if she got whatever was inside her out, she might calm down enough for me to leave. She told me about her ex-husband, a man named Craig who she said had been hunting her since she left him 3 years ago. She said he was connected, that he had friends in law enforcement, that he could find her anywhere she went no matter how many times she moved or changed jobs. Some of what she said sounded plausible at first, the way abusers sometimes do stalk their victims, the way the system fails women who try to escape. But then she started saying things that made less sense, like how Craig could hear through walls, how he had put something in her food once that let him track her heartbeat, how he had hired people at every job she ever worked to report back on her movements. She said the car breaking down was not an accident, that he had done something to it, that he wanted her stranded and vulnerable. Every few minutes she would stop mid-sentence and hold up her hand for silence, convinced she had heard footsteps in the hall or breathing outside the window. Each time there was nothing but the hum of the refrigerator and the distant sound of traffic. By 3 in the morning, I had been in that apartment for nearly 4 hours. My legs were cramping from sitting in the same position, afraid to move too much, and my eyes burned from exhaustion and the effort of staying alert. Wanda had finally stopped pacing and sat down in a chair facing the door, the knife resting across her lap like some kind of guardian talisman. She kept talking, but her words were getting slower, slurring together in ways that made it hard to follow. She would trail off in the middle of sentences, stare at nothing for minutes at a time, then suddenly jerk back to alertness and repeat something she had already said twice before. I realized she probably had not slept in days, maybe longer, and the exhaustion was finally starting to win against whatever adrenaline had been keeping her going. I stayed quiet, kept my breathing steady, and watched her eyelids grow heavier. Every time her chin would dip toward her chest, my heart would pound with the possibility of escape, and every time she would snap back awake and look around the room with wild confusion. But the intervals between those moments started getting longer, her head staying down for 30 seconds, then a minute, then longer still. I do not know exactly what time it was when I finally moved, maybe close to 4 in the morning. Wanda had gone completely still in the chair, her breathing deep and rhythmic, the knife still in her lap, but her grip on it loose. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, watching her chest rise and fall, terrified that any sound would bring her back. When I finally stood up, my knees almost buckled from being locked in place so long, and I had to bite the inside of my cheek to keep from making a noise. I moved toward the door one slow step at a time, avoiding the spots on the floor where I remembered the wood had creaked earlier. The deadbolt made a soft click when I turned it, and I held my breath so hard my chest ached. The chain lock was harder, my fingers clumsy and sweating, but I managed to slide it free without the metal rattling. I did not look back at her. I just opened the door as slowly as I could, slipped through the gap sideways, and eased it shut behind me. Then I walked down that dark hallway faster than I have ever walked anywhere in my life, took the stairs 2 at a time, and did not stop until I was in my car with the doors locked and the engine running. I drove straight home and sat in my parking lot until the sun came up, too wired to sleep, too shaken to do anything but replay the whole night in my head. When the store opened that morning, I called my manager and told him everything. He got quiet for a long moment, then said he would handle it. Turns out Wanda had a history that none of us knew about, episodes like this that had happened at her previous job before the transfer. The company had some kind of agreement with her, accommodations or something, but clearly whatever support system she had was not working anymore. She never came back to work after that night. I heard through another coworker a few weeks later that her family had come to get her, that she was getting help somewhere, but I never got details, and I did not ask for them. Part of me felt guilty for running, for not calling someone to check on her, for just saving myself and leaving her alone in that apartment. But another part of me knew that staying could have ended in a way I do not want to think about. That the knife in her lap was real even if the man in the hallway was not. I still think about Wanda sometimes, especially on nights when I have to close alone or walk through an empty parking lot after dark. I think about how fear can break a person so completely that they become the thing others need to fear. I think about how close I came to being in the wrong place at the wrong moment, when her mind finally snapped all the way. It took me months to stop checking my rearview mirror on the drive home from work, to stop flinching when someone grabbed my arm unexpectedly. I never found out what really happened to her, whether the ex-husband was real or just another part of the delusion, whether she ever got better, or if that night was just one stop on a longer fall. What I do know is that I got lucky. I got to walk out of that apartment, get in my car, and drive away from the worst night of my life. Not everyone gets that chance, and I have never forgotten it. Working nights at that small highway hotel had become a strange sort of comfort for me. My schedule was upside down compared to most people I knew, but I liked the quiet. The building sat beside a long stretch of road where trucks hummed past like slow waves, and most nights were uneventful enough that I brought a thermos and a crossword book just to stay awake. At the time, I was juggling online classes and paying off some bills, so the solitude actually worked in my favor. Guests rarely wandered in after midnight, and the handful already checked in usually kept to themselves, so I had hours of stillness where my thoughts were louder than the lobby TV playing reruns. My maintenance coworker, a guy named Caleb, had the opposite kind of presence. Always fidgeting, always pacing, always muttering little reminders to himself. During the day, he seemed harmless enough, but nights tended to stretch people thin, and he often looked like he hadn't fully stepped out of whatever dream he'd been having before his shift. That particular night started out ordinary. I had just finished logging a late arrival and was wiping down the counter when I heard a heavy scraping sound coming from the east hallway, the one lined with vending machines and utility closets. At first, I figured a guest was dragging their suitcase, but the noise kept going, long and uneven, like something wooden being pulled over tile. When I stepped closer, I saw Caleb at the far end of the hallway, bracing his shoulder against a lobby armchair and pushing it toward the wall as if he needed it in a specific spot. The thing that threw me off was the angle. It was wedged halfway between two doors, facing nothing, like he was arranging a stage set, only he understood. He didn't acknowledge me, not even with a nod, and that was unusual because he normally rambled about whatever task he was on. As he straightened the chair, he tilted his head slightly, murmuring to the empty space beside him. I couldn't make out his words, but the rhythm of them felt too deliberate to be random self-talk. For a moment, I wondered if he had Bluetooth earbuds in, but his ears were bare. I tried approaching in a casual way, just to check if everything was okay, but before I'd even finished asking, he jerked around like I had shouted in his ear. His eyes darted past me, scanning the hallway and the ceiling as though he expected someone to step out. "They're here, aren't they?" he asked, voice low and uneven. I honestly thought he was joking, some weird attempt at humor, until he glanced at the wall panels with this jittery suspicion that made my pulse pick up. When he stepped closer, I noticed the end of a metal handle sticking out from inside his sleeve, barely hidden by the cuff of his work shirt. It took me a second to recognize the shape, long, narrow, with those faint grip ridges, a screwdriver. And suddenly the scattered details I'd been ignoring started clicking into place. The unplugged cameras, the shifting furniture, the doors he'd been checking all week. He stepped back from me like he needed more space to think, rubbing his thumb over the concealed handle in his sleeve, almost absent-mindedly. His gaze kept drifting to the lobby entrance behind me, and that's when I remembered the odd clicking sound I'd heard earlier, like metal tapping against metal. At the time, I shrugged it off as part of his routine checks. Now it occurred to me that I hadn't heard the door latch engage properly in a while. A cold, steady awareness settled in my mind. Not panic, but a kind of forced clarity. If he had been removing hinges or tampering with the locks, I might not be able to get out easily if things escalated. The idea made me straighten a little, like my body was quietly telling me to stay alert without drawing attention to it. Caleb started talking again, this time in a sharper voice, pointing at the drywall like it held answers only he could interpret. "You think I don't hear them?" he said. "You think I don't know you brought them in?" The way he spoke wasn't angry at first. It was more desperate, the kind of tone someone uses when they're trying to piece together a puzzle that keeps shifting around. But when I told him nobody else was here, that the hall was empty, the rooms booked but silent, his expression tightened in a way that made my heart thud. He leaned closer to the wall, tracing a line along the seam where two panels met, whispering something under his breath, as if someone behind the plaster was whispering back. I tried to keep my voice steady, suggesting maybe we should step into the brighter part of the lobby so he could show me what he meant. My goal wasn't to argue or correct him, just to bring him into a space where I had a little more room to react. Instead, he moved the other direction. He crouched near the base of the hallway door to the laundry room, poking his fingers into the hinge pocket like he was checking his progress. When he stood again, the screwdriver had slipped fully into view, and I could see faint scuff marks on the metal frame, like he'd been loosening the hardware for hours. There were similar marks on at least 3 other doors nearby, ones I had assumed were from routine maintenance. I suddenly felt very aware of every exit in the building and how many ways they might no longer behave like exits. He stood up and faced me again, his stance tight, breathing uneven. "They're behind you right now," he said softly, and the certainty in his tone made my chest tighten in a way I can't even describe. I didn't turn around. I knew there was no one there. Instead, I kept my hands visible and open at my sides, slowly stepping backward toward the front desk. The hall lights buzzed overhead, flickering the way they sometimes did when the wiring acted up. But in that moment, every flicker felt intentional. Caleb's attention snapped back and forth between me and the empty space above my shoulder, and the intensity in his eyes made it clear that if he believed I was part of whatever he thought was happening, he wouldn't hesitate to act on it. Reaching the lobby felt like crossing into different air, even though nothing had actually changed. The front desk light cast a wider glow, and the windows at least gave me a sense of space, even if the highway outside was empty. I kept my voice calm, telling him we could call the manager together if he thought someone had been sneaking around. The suggestion set him off again. He shook his head quickly, muttering about how a call would alert them. He started pacing between the coffee station and the hallway entrance, gripping the screwdriver in a way he probably didn't even realize. For a moment, I wondered if I should dash out the front door, but the memory of those metal clicks stopped me. If he had really messed with the hinges, yanking on the door might just make him panic further. And panic wasn't something I could afford from him. Instead, I asked if he wanted to check the boiler room with me, pretending I'd heard something strange earlier. It wasn't a brilliant plan, but I needed him to move away from the lobby exit. His steps slowed, and he looked at me like he was trying to decode whether I was lying. The silence stretched long enough that the hum of the vending machine sounded unnaturally loud. Then he nodded, just once, and told me I should walk ahead. That single request chilled me more than anything else that night. I couldn't lead him deeper into the building, not with that tool in his hand and that erratic suspicion flickering across his face. So I pointed to the fire panel on the wall and lied, saying the boiler room key wasn't on the ring. It had been moved to the office safe. I told him he could check himself if he didn't believe me. The office door was beside the desk, and as soon as he turned toward it, his focus tunneled in on the keypad like it held the final proof he needed. He stepped closer, tapping his fingers along the metal edge, whispering to whoever he thought stood beside him. I took that moment, just a few seconds where his back angled away, and slipped to the lobby door. I pressed the push bar slowly, expecting resistance, but it gave way with a soft click I hadn't heard in days. Maybe he hadn't gotten to that hinge yet. Maybe luck finally decided to cooperate. Either way, I stepped through, letting the door rest against its frame without letting it slam. I didn't run until I reached the far end of the parking lot, where the glow of the sign lit the pavement like a pale spotlight. The police arrived faster than I expected after I called from my car, and they handled things in a way that made me realize how close the situation had been to spiraling into something worse. They found several door hinges loosened, a handful of lock plates removed, and 2 unplugged cameras tucked neatly into a cart he'd been pushing earlier. Caleb didn't resist when they approached him. He just kept staring at the walls as if someone was about to step out from them. I never got a clear explanation about what he believed was happening, and maybe he never had one himself. The building eventually got new staff and updated security, and I found a different job not long after. Even now, though, whenever I walk past a door with a hinge slightly out of place or hear the scrape of furniture on tile, a part of me remembers how easily a familiar space can shift into something dangerous without anyone noticing until it's almost too late. Most of my life has been a mix of odd jobs, and that particular winter I'd picked up a seasonal shift at a warehouse outside a small town where I was renting a second-floor unit in an aging apartment complex. My schedule had flipped upside down because of holiday demand, so I'd been working late nights, finishing around midnight or a little after. The place itself had that industrial smell of cardboard dust and cheap heater vents, and everyone walked around half awake, trading jokes just to stay moving. I kept mostly to myself, sharing quick conversations during breaks but never getting too close to anyone. That's probably why I didn't notice right away how one specific coworker had inserted himself into almost every end-of-shift routine. His name was Darren, quiet at first glance but always drifting toward whoever seemed tired or distracted. The habit started small. He'd casually offer to walk people to their cars in the back lot since the area wasn't well lit, and sometimes felt uneasy after midnight. Most folks didn't think twice about it, accepting the company if they didn't want to cross the icy pavement alone. He had this way of lingering near the punch-out station, waiting until someone else grabbed their stuff so he could fall in step behind them. One night, while we were putting pallets away, he started asking questions that felt oddly specific for such a casual chat. He asked another coworker, a guy named Travis, how far he lived from the highway, then asked if he lived alone or with roommates. The question sounded almost like he was preparing a survey, but without any normal reason behind it. Travis laughed it off, but I remember the way Darren watched him afterward, like he was storing the answers somewhere in his head. I figured maybe he was awkward socially, or trying too hard to make small talk, until he turned the same line of questioning toward me during break. He asked which direction I drove home, then asked if my building had underground parking or street parking. He went further than that, asking whether my neighbors were home often, and if people tended to leave their lights on late. He said it all like he was discussing weather patterns, totally casual, but something in the pacing of his questions felt unnatural. I tried answering vaguely without giving anything real. I mentioned traffic lights and general streets but kept it broad. He nodded along like he understood exactly where I lived, even though I'd been intentionally unclear. What bothered me wasn't the questions themselves, but how invested he seemed in each answer, like he was assembling a map. The night everything shifted happened after a long shift of sorting incoming shipments. Most of us clocked out at the same time and headed toward the back exit. I walked out with another coworker, Jenna, and we chatted a bit while the cold air hit us. Once she drove off, I noticed Darren standing near the dumpster enclosure beside the exit door. He wasn't smoking, wasn't on his phone, wasn't doing anything at all, just watching the parking lot. The lights from the warehouse cast this dull glow on him, and despite having clocked out at least 10 minutes before me, he hadn't left. I tried not to think too much of it, unlocked my car, and got inside. When I glanced in the rearview mirror before pulling out, he was still there, barely moving, his focus fixed on the rows of vehicles like he was waiting for something specific. As the sun came up the next morning, I was barely awake when someone started pounding on the door of the warehouse office before our shift began. Everyone looked around, confused, until a supervisor hurried over and opened it. 2 police officers stepped inside, their coats dusted with frost, and asked if they could speak with whoever had access to the overnight schedule. The room went quiet in that way where you can practically hear people thinking. One of the officers mentioned a break-in at an apartment complex across town. Windows smashed, door forced. A resident startled awake by noises in the hallway. They said the suspect had been seen by a neighbor earlier in the night walking between buildings, checking which units had lights on and which didn't. I wasn't paying full attention until they described the complex, down to the weird bent railing by the stairwell. That was where I lived, and I had never mentioned that to anyone there. Our supervisor pointed them toward the manager's office, where they could pull the schedule and see who had left early or taken breaks at specific times. People started murmuring, wondering why the police were even here if the break-in was somewhere else in town. But I just stood there feeling a strange pressure in my chest, replaying the awkward questions Darren had asked. I tried to stay calm, but my mind kept circling back to the way he lingered outside the night before, watching cars leave one by one. When the officers stepped back out, they asked if anyone had noticed a coworker acting unusual recently, particularly someone who showed an interest in other employees' routines. The silence in the room became almost heavy, and a few people turned their eyes toward me, maybe because Darren had talked to me more than most. One of the officers approached and asked if I could step aside for a moment. He spoke quietly, explaining that the person seen near the break-in wore a dark jacket similar to what several people at the warehouse wore, so they were checking shifts and vehicle descriptions. When he asked if I lived near the complex, I nodded, and he raised an eyebrow, not accusing, just connecting dots. He asked if I'd told any coworkers about my address, and I said no, not in specific terms. He looked thoughtful for a second, then asked if I remembered anything strange from the night before. I hesitated, trying to choose my words carefully because everything felt surreal. Finally, I told him about Darren waiting by the back exit long after most of us had driven away, his focus on the parking lot, the unusual questions about where people lived. The officer wrote a few things down, thanked me, and then walked over to talk to the supervisor again. The rest of us gathered for the shift huddle, but nobody was paying attention to the usual safety reminders. Darren didn't show up for work that morning, which wasn't totally unheard of during seasonal chaos. People quit or got sick all the time. But considering everything that had just happened, his absence landed differently. Every time the door opened, people glanced up, expecting him to walk in late, grinning like nothing was going on. But he never came. And while everyone else was whispering theories, my mind kept circling the same thought. There was no way he should have known where I lived. I'd made sure of it. And yet someone with a build like his had been seen wandering my complex while I slept. By the time lunch rolled around, most of us were pretending to work while really just watching the entrance, waiting for the officers to come back with an update. They finally returned near the end of the shift and asked to speak with me again, this time in the manager's office. One of them explained that a neighbor at my complex had reported seeing the suspect walk directly toward the stairwell leading to my building. They had even mentioned something about the person pausing near my door, leaning in close as if listening. Hearing that made the whole room feel smaller. I kept thinking about how Darren had acted like he understood my vague directions, nodding like he was tracing an invisible map. The officers asked if I'd be willing to verify whether anything had been disturbed in my apartment once the shift ended, which I agreed to, even though the idea of walking back into that hallway made my stomach tighten in a way I couldn't ignore. When I returned to the complex with the officers following behind me, everything looked deceptively normal. Snow had piled up along the walkway, untouched except for the maintenance guy's footprints. My door was locked, just like I'd left it, and nothing seemed moved inside. But the officers pointed out something I hadn't noticed. Faint marks on the frame where someone had tried to pry it open. Shallow but distinct. I couldn't understand why anyone would target my unit specifically. My place wasn't valuable, and I'd given no one a reason to think otherwise. One officer checked the stairwell while another took a few photos. They asked again if any coworkers might hold a grudge or know where I lived. I kept thinking about Darren's quiet nods, his way of absorbing every answer people gave him. It didn't make sense, but at the same time it made too much sense to ignore. Over the next few days, work felt different. People were tense, watching each other in ways they hadn't before. Darren never came back. Not a call, not a text to the supervisor, nothing. His locker was still full of his stuff, including a notebook tucked behind a pair of gloves. Management handed it over to the police without opening it, but the rumor mill worked overtime. Some said it was full of maps and shift times. Others claimed it had addresses written in messy handwriting. Nobody knew for sure because the officers kept everything quiet. The only concrete thing we learned was that the break-in suspect matched Darren's height and gait almost exactly. That alone would have been unsettling, but knowing he'd singled me out with those questions made the whole situation sit wrong in my head. Weeks passed without any real updates, but the officers told me privately that whoever attempted the break-in hadn't been seen around the complex again. They suggested I change a few routines, stay aware, keep my lights on at night, and let them know if anything strange happened. I followed every piece of advice they gave. Darren was never arrested, never questioned. He had simply disappeared after that shift, leaving behind a trail of unease that none of us could shake. Eventually, the warehouse season ended, and everyone went their separate ways. But I still remember the quiet way he watched the parking lot that night, as if he were sorting people the same way we sorted boxes. I never found out what he wanted from me, or how far his plans went, but the break-in attempt stopped completely after he vanished. To this day, I don't know if that was supposed to be a warning or the end of something he hadn't finished. The overnight shifts at the hospital used to give me a strange sort of comfort, like the quiet was a break from the usual chaos of the day. I'd been working in radiology for a few years by then, long enough to know every weird hum from the old MRI suite and the exact pattern the fluorescent lights made when they flickered. That night started like any other, me eating a microwaved burrito too fast, scrolling through my phone between scans, and trying to stay awake as the place settled into that eerie stillness only hospitals get after midnight. My life at the time was pretty routine. Work, sleep, repeat. I wasn't chasing excitement, and I definitely wasn't looking for anything unsettling. But around 1 in the morning, as I walked down the south wing toward the imaging station, I saw someone standing near the end of the hallway. Someone I recognized instantly, but who had absolutely no reason to be there. His name was Marcus. We weren't close, but we ran into each other enough during regular daytime shifts to exchange the usual small talk. He worked on the orthopedic floor, 1 level below mine, and his schedule never overlapped with nights. The guy had this habit of leaning slightly to one side when he stood, like he was saving energy or thinking about something far away. That part of him looked the same, but everything else felt wrong in a way I couldn't explain at first. He was only partly visible under the emergency lighting, one shoulder lit, the rest of him swallowed by the dim stretch of hallway behind him. He didn't wave, didn't nod, didn't even seem to breathe deeply. Just watched me as if he'd been standing there long before I turned the corner, waiting for me to notice. I called out to him, something casual like, "Dude, what are you doing up here?" expecting him to laugh or tell me someone screwed up his schedule. Instead, he tilted his head just a little as if the movement was delayed or he was mimicking something he'd seen humans do before but hadn't mastered. Then he repeated my exact words back at me, same tone, same pacing, just slower, like the sound had to travel through something thick before it reached me. It caught me so off guard that I actually stopped walking for a second, trying to make sense of it. I asked again if he was all right, and he repeated that too, a beat later, every syllable stretched thin. No emotion, no confusion, just this blank expression that never shifted, not even when I stepped closer to him. It felt less like someone responding and more like a recording lagging behind. I told him I'd call security if he didn't explain what was going on, and he finally turned away, disappearing into the stairwell without making a sound. I figured maybe he was having some sort of episode or messing with me, but something about the way he moved, smooth, almost too smooth, didn't line up with the guy I knew. I went back to my station trying to shake it off, chalking it up to exhaustion. But 15 minutes later, when I left the imaging room to grab a chart, he was there again. Different hallway this time, closer to my wing, standing half-hidden behind a supply cart like he'd been placed there on purpose. Same posture, same stare, same complete stillness. And when I said his name, he didn't even blink. He just began to repeat it back to me, dragging out the sound as if testing the weight of it for the first time. The more the night dragged on, the harder it became to convince myself this was some strange misunderstanding. I even checked the staffing sheet at the nurse's station, scrolling through the roster twice just to be sure I wasn't mixing up names or dates. Marcus wasn't assigned anywhere in the building that night. The orthopedic floor was staffed with a completely different team, and nobody had swapped shifts. Still, every time I stepped into a new hallway, whether I was heading to the CT room or cutting through the short corridor by the elevators, he was already there. Sometimes he stood at the very end of the hall, barely visible under a dying light fixture. Other times he was positioned unnervingly close, so still that it felt unnatural. I tried calling out to him again, louder, but each time he only copied my words back at me, just a hair too late, like an echo with intention behind it. I thought about calling security again, but the truth is I hesitated. The hospital was short-staffed that night, and the last thing I wanted was to kick up a fuss if it turned out to be a harmless mix-up. I even texted one of the orthopedic nurses I knew, asking if Marcus was covering for someone or doing some kind of after-hours project. She replied almost immediately. He had clocked out earlier that afternoon. She'd literally watched him leave. That message made something tighten in my chest, this deep, spreading unease that wouldn't let go. I walked back into the radiology suite and locked the door behind me, something I'd never done in all my time working there. About 30 minutes later, I had to step out again to bring a patient down for a late-night ultrasound. I wasn't exactly thrilled about leaving the safety of my room, but I couldn't justify ignoring a scheduled scan. When I pushed the door open, the hallway outside looked empty at first glance. Too empty, actually, like someone had cleared out faster than they should have. The air felt heavy in that space, the kind of quiet that makes every sound ring louder than it should. I kept my head down and moved quickly toward the elevator, rehearsing what I'd say if I saw him again. But halfway there, I caught a glimpse of movement near the water fountain, just to my left. There he was, leaning slightly, features lost in the shallow pool of light. He didn't move, didn't adjust his stance, didn't acknowledge me at all. But the moment I muttered, "Why are you doing this?" he responded, my own voice thrown back at me, thinner this time, like the words were draining him somehow. I kept walking, pretending I didn't hear him, but I could sense, more than see, that he stayed fixed on me until I turned the corner. When I reached the elevator, I jabbed the call button over and over, wishing the damn doors would open faster. As I waited, I heard footsteps coming from the direction I'd just come, but they didn't sound right. They were too even, too perfectly spaced, like someone had practiced them. I refused to turn around until I absolutely had to, and when I finally glanced back, he had already reached the opposite end of the hall. Same posture, same unreadable expression, same silence. I stepped into the elevator the second the doors opened and practically slammed my palm on the button for the first floor, praying he wouldn't follow. When I reached the first floor, I forced myself to act normal for the patient's sake. She was an older woman from the cardiac unit, chatty in the way people get when they're nervous, and I did my best to respond like nothing strange was happening upstairs. But even while we rode the elevator back up together, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting beyond the doors. When they opened, the hallway was empty, and for a moment, I let myself breathe. I walked her to the ultrasound room, helped her get situated, and stepped out to grab a pair of gloves. The second I turned toward the supply cabinet, I saw him again, standing near the crash cart, his outline warped by the dim reflection off the metal. He didn't face me directly this time. Instead, his head was angled just enough that I could tell he knew exactly where I was. Before I could stop myself, I whispered, "What do you want?" And he whispered it back, dragging the question out so long it barely resembled speech anymore. My instinct was to get the patient out of there, but I couldn't risk alarming her or leaving her unattended. So I did the only thing that made sense. I went back into the room, closed the door quietly behind me, and stayed there until the scan was finished. When I returned her to her unit, every hallway felt like it was holding its breath. The lights flickered in patterns I'd never noticed before, almost like the building was reacting to something moving through it. On my way back to radiology, I took the long route, hoping distance would shake him loose, but deep down I already knew it didn't matter. Whatever was shadowing me wasn't following in the normal sense. It was just appearing, slipping into place as if it belonged to the hospital more than any of us did. By the time I reached my hallway again, I was exhausted from the constant tension. And there he was for the 100th time, positioned exactly where the corridor curved, standing perfectly still as though he'd been carved out of the darkness. The breaking point came around 4 a.m. I'd barricaded myself inside the radiology suite with a rolling chair propped under the door handle. Not that it would have stopped him if he wanted to come in. I sat there listening, trying to tell the difference between the building settling and actual footsteps. At one point, something brushed the small glass window on the door, the kind of faint sound you'd expect from someone dragging their sleeve across it. I stayed absolutely quiet. Then I heard my own voice, but distorted, stretched thin, coming from the other side. "Let me in." It wasn't anger or pleading. It wasn't even directed at me in an emotional sense. It was more like something trying to copy a sound it didn't fully understand. I stayed seated and stared at the door until the voice faded, and eventually, everything went silent again. When the day shift started to roll in around 6, I practically bolted out of the room. Sunlight coming through the front windows felt unreal, like stepping into a different world entirely. I went straight to the orthopedic floor before heading home, partly to prove to myself that Marcus existed in the normal sense I remembered. I asked one of his coworkers if he'd shown up early, and she shook her head. Apparently he hadn't worked a night shift in years. Later that afternoon, after I'd finally slept a few hours, I called him directly, not to confront him, but just to hear if he sounded okay. He picked up sounding completely normal, confused as to why I was asking about the night shift. I didn't tell him the details. There's no way he would have believed me. But I did ask one last question before hanging up. "Were you anywhere near the hospital last night?" He said no without hesitation. And the thing that still messes with me is how certain I am that he was telling the truth. Stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. Charlotte was supposed to be a quick in-and-out job. 3 days of meetings with a manufacturing client, then back home to Philadelphia. April of 2023 had been brutal on my schedule, with corporate sending me to a different city almost every week for these consulting gigs. Most guys who graduated with me in 2012 were already deep into family life, coaching Little League and complaining about lawn care, while I was still memorizing hotel checkout times and living off expense reports. The Airbnb I found was suspiciously cheap for downtown, $62 a night when everything else hovered around $200. But my company capped reimbursements, and I had become an expert at finding deals that let me pocket the difference. The listing photos showed a modest third-floor apartment in an old brick building. Nothing special but functional. I pulled up around 9 that Wednesday night after fighting traffic from the airport, and the street was oddly quiet. Just a handful of parked cars and the dim glow of shops closing down. I grabbed my suitcase from the trunk, punched in the lockbox code, and climbed the narrow stairwell to Unit 3B without passing a single soul. The apartment smelled faintly of lemon cleaning spray, that artificial freshness hosts use to mask the reality of strangers cycling through every few days. Everything looked close enough to the photos, though clearly more worn. The hardwood floors had deep scratches near the doorways, the couch cushions held permanent impressions from countless bodies, and the kitchen appliances had that yellowed plastic look of things too old to be stylish but too functional to replace. Still, the bed was made with crisp white sheets, the bathroom had fresh towels, and the Wi-Fi connected on the first try. Good enough for my purposes. What drew my attention was the small balcony off the living room, just wide enough for 2 cheap plastic chairs and a neglected plant that had died months ago. I stepped outside to get some air after unpacking, and that is when I noticed the view. Directly across the street, maybe 40 feet away, sat an upscale jewelry store with tasteful window displays and security lights that cast a warm glow on cases full of watches and diamonds. Pretty spot for a cigarette if I still smoked, I thought. I stood there for a few minutes scrolling through work emails, admiring how the gems caught the light, then went inside and passed out from exhaustion without giving it another thought. Thursday came and went in a blur of conference rooms and handshakes. The client was demanding but reasonable, and by 6 in the evening I had wrapped up most of the critical discussions. I stopped at a Thai place a few blocks from the apartment, ate alone at the bar while watching a basketball game I did not care about, and made it back to the Airbnb around 8:30. The building was quiet again, and I passed an elderly woman on the second-floor landing who nodded politely but said nothing. Once inside, I kicked off my shoes, loosened my tie, and decided to enjoy the balcony for a bit before diving into the report I needed to finish. The evening air was cool and pleasant, that perfect spring temperature where you do not need a jacket but appreciate long sleeves. I leaned against the railing, looking down at the street, watching a couple walk by holding hands, when something caught my eye. A small black shape tucked underneath the metal railing, almost invisible, unless you were standing at that exact angle. At first I thought it was a piece of electrical tape or some weatherproofing material, but when I crouched down to look closer, my throat tightened. It was a camera, compact and deliberately concealed, its tiny lens pointed directly at the jewelry store across the street. I stayed crouched there for what felt like a full minute, just staring at this thing that should not exist. The camera was professional looking, matte black housing with no visible brand markings, mounted with industrial adhesive and angled with precision. This was not some random security measure a paranoid landlord might install. It was pointed outward, not at the apartment entrance or the balcony itself. Someone had placed it there specifically to watch that jewelry store, and they had done it carefully enough that a casual guest would never notice. I stood up slowly, my mind racing through possibilities. Maybe the Airbnb host was some kind of private investigator? Maybe the police had set up surveillance and forgotten to remove it? Neither explanation made sense, but I desperately wanted one of them to be true. I pulled out my phone and took a few pictures of the camera from different angles, some instinct telling me I might need documentation later. Then I stepped back inside the apartment and locked the balcony door, suddenly very aware of how exposed those large windows made me feel. The jewelry store gleamed across the street, beautiful and oblivious, and I wondered what exactly I had stumbled into. I tried to convince myself I was overreacting. Maybe the previous tenant was a photography enthusiast who liked capturing street scenes. Maybe it was an old security setup the host forgot to mention. I paced around the living room for a few minutes, then decided I needed a glass of water to calm my nerves. The kitchen was small and cramped, just a narrow galley with barely enough counter space to prepare a sandwich. I opened the cabinet above the sink looking for a clean glass, found one, filled it from the tap. My hands were not steady. As I turned to set the glass down, I noticed one of the drawers beneath the counter was slightly ajar, maybe half an inch open. Normally, I would have ignored it, but something about the night had put me on edge, made me hyper-aware of every detail. I pulled the drawer open expecting to find the usual junk. Takeout menus, a can opener, maybe some dead batteries. Instead, I found a folded city map, the kind you pick up for free at gas stations, worn at the creases like it had been opened and closed dozens of times. Beneath it sat a small spiral notebook with a black cover, the type students use for class notes. I should have closed that drawer and walked away. I should have minded my own business and gone to bed. But my fingers were already reaching for the map before my brain could stop them. The map unfolded to show downtown Charlotte, and my stomach turned to ice when I saw what someone had done to it. The jewelry store across the street was circled in red ink, not once, but at least 7 or 8 times the circles layered on top of each other with obsessive intensity. Small X marks dotted the surrounding blocks, each one labeled with cryptic abbreviations I could not decipher. An arrow pointed to an alley behind the store with the words "Service Entrance," written in neat, careful handwriting. I set the map aside and opened the notebook with fingers that had gone numb. The first few pages contained what looked like a schedule. Names I did not recognize paired with times and days of the week. Carla, opens Mon Wed Fry, arrives 8:45, disarms 8:52. Another entry read, "Night security passes at 11:13, clockwork never varies." Page after page of detailed observations about the jewelry store's operations, employee habits, delivery schedules, alarm company response times. This was not a curious neighbor keeping casual notes. This was reconnaissance, methodical and thorough, the kind of preparation that comes before something very bad happens. I closed the notebook and stood frozen in that tiny kitchen, the fluorescent light buzzing overhead, trying to process the fact that I was standing in what appeared to be a staging ground for a robbery. My first instinct was to call the police, but something held me back. What would I even say? I found a camera and some notes in an Airbnb, and I think someone might be planning a crime? They would ask questions I could not answer, maybe even suspect I was involved somehow. I was a stranger in this city, staying in a cheap rental across from a jewelry store, and I had just admitted to snooping through drawers. The optics were terrible. I decided to pack my things quietly, leave the apartment, find a hotel for the night, and figure out what to do in the morning with a clear head. I was halfway to the bedroom to grab my suitcase when I heard it. Footsteps in the stairwell, slow and deliberate, the heavy tread of boots on old wooden steps. The building had been silent all evening, and these footsteps were not the casual pace of someone coming home after a long day. They were measured, purposeful, and they stopped on the 3rd floor landing. I stood perfectly still in the middle of the living room, holding my breath, listening. Voices now, low and muffled, at least 2 different people speaking in hushed tones right outside my door. I could not make out the words, but the rhythm was unmistakable. This was a conversation, not a greeting between neighbors passing in the hall. I moved toward the door as quietly as I could manage, stepping on the edges of the floorboards where they were less likely to creak. The apartment had one of those old doors with a brass peephole, cloudy with age but still functional. I pressed my eye against it and felt my entire body go rigid. 3 men stood in the narrow hallway, clustered close together like they were trying not to be overheard. The one closest to my door was tall and broad-shouldered, wearing a dark jacket and watching the stairwell like he expected someone else to appear. The second man was shorter, wiry, with a shaved head that gleamed under the dim hallway light. The third stood slightly apart from the others, older than them by at least a decade, with gray at his temples and the calm, patient expression of someone who had done this kind of thing before. The tall one leaned in close to the older man and said something I could not hear. The older man shook his head slowly, then replied in a voice just loud enough to reach me through the thin door. "Check if the renter saw the setup. If he touched the materials, we handle it tonight." The shaved-head man reached for my doorknob, and I watched in horror as it began to turn. The deadbolt held. I had locked it out of habit when I came in, the way you do in unfamiliar places without even thinking. The knob twisted left, then right, then stopped. A pause. Someone muttered something about keys, and I heard the older man say, "Bobby has the spare. He is on his way up." I had seconds, maybe a minute at most. My mind went blank with panic, then snapped into survival mode with a clarity I did not know I possessed. The balcony. It was my only option. I moved fast but tried to stay silent, grabbing my phone and wallet from the kitchen counter, leaving everything else behind. The bedroom had a window that faced the same direction as the balcony, and I remembered seeing a fire escape during my brief exploration of the apartment. I slipped into the bedroom and eased the window open, wincing at the soft scrape of wood against wood. The fire escape was there, old and rusted but solid enough, dropping down to a narrow alley between buildings. Behind me, I heard new footsteps on the landing. Bobby with the spare key, I assumed, and the sound of metal sliding into a lock. I climbed out onto the fire escape and pulled the window mostly closed behind me, leaving it open just a crack so it would not latch and trap me if I needed to come back. Not that I planned to ever set foot in that apartment again. The fire escape shuddered under my weight as I descended, each step producing a metallic groan that sounded deafening in the quiet night. I forced myself to move slowly, gripping the railing with white knuckles, terrified that the noise would alert the men now entering the apartment above me. Second floor, first floor, then a ladder that dropped the final 10 feet into the alley. I hung from the bottom rung and let go, landing hard on concrete and feeling the impact shoot through my ankles. The alley was dark and narrow, lined with dumpsters and the back entrances of businesses that had closed hours ago. I could hear muffled sounds from above, footsteps moving through the apartment, a door slamming, someone shouting something I could not make out. They had discovered I was gone. I ran. Not jogged, not walked quickly, but ran with everything I had toward the strip of light at the end of the alley where it opened onto a main street. My dress shoes slapped against wet pavement, my lungs burned, and I did not look back once. I burst onto the sidewalk and nearly collided with a woman walking her dog, who gave me a startled look as I mumbled an apology and kept moving. 2 blocks later, I found a busy sports bar with a crowd of people visible through the windows, and I pushed through the door like a drowning man reaching for a life raft. I found a booth in the back corner, slid in with my back against the wall, and tried to steady my breathing while a waitress asked if I wanted anything. I ordered a beer. I had no intention of drinking, just to have a reason to stay. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely unlock my phone, but I managed to pull up the photos I had taken of the camera on the balcony. Evidence. I had evidence. I called 911 and told the dispatcher everything: the hidden camera, the map with the jewelry store circled, the notebook full of schedules, the 3 men who had come to the apartment, what I heard them say through the door. The dispatcher kept me on the line while she sent units to the building, asking me to describe everything again, slower this time. 20 minutes later, 2 officers found me at the bar and escorted me to their cruiser. They drove me back to the block where the Airbnb was located, but we did not go inside. Instead, we parked across the street and I watched from the back seat as more police arrived. Then detectives in unmarked cars, then a van I later learned belonged to a task force that had been investigating a string of high-end jewelry heists across 3 states. The officers asked me questions for over an hour, taking notes, recording my statement, examining the photos on my phone. One of them told me I was lucky, that these guys were professionals, that people who stumbled onto operations like this usually did not get the chance to run. The investigation took months to unfold, but I only learned the details much later through news reports and a single follow-up call from a detective named Reyes. The apartment had been rented under a fake identity, paid for with prepaid cards that were nearly impossible to trace. The 3 men I saw were part of a crew responsible for at least 4 other robberies. all targeting high-end jewelry stores in mid-sized cities across the Southeast. They would rent apartments with good sight lines, spend weeks documenting patterns and security protocols, then execute precise smash-and-grab operations that lasted under 3 minutes. The night I fled, they had apparently been there to retrieve their surveillance equipment and finalize their plan. The robbery was scheduled for that weekend. My accidental discovery forced them to abandon the job and scatter. 2 of them were arrested 6 weeks later during a traffic stop in Tennessee. The third disappeared and remains at large as far as I know. I never went back for my suitcase or the clothes I left behind. The Airbnb listing vanished from the site within days, and I never received a response from the host when I tried to contact them. Sometimes I think about how close I came to something irreversible, how a simple habit of locking the deadbolt bought me the 60 seconds I needed to survive. I still travel for work, still book cheap rentals in unfamiliar cities, but now I check every drawer, every corner, every angle of every room before I unpack. And I always sleep with a chair wedged under the doorknob. October 2022 had been rough on me in ways I still struggle to articulate. A layoff from the marketing firm where I had worked since graduating college in 2017, followed by the kind of breakup that leaves you staring at your ceiling at 3 in the morning, wondering where exactly everything went wrong. At 26, I found myself with a severance check, an empty apartment that still smelled like my ex-boyfriend's cologne, and an overwhelming need to be anywhere else. My friend Kelsey had been living in Portland for about 2 years, and she kept texting me that I should come visit, that a change of scenery would do me good. So I booked an Airbnb, an upstairs unit in a duplex on Birchwood Road, and decided to drive down from Seattle for a long weekend. The listing looked perfect in that carefully curated way rentals always do online. Exposed brick, a clawfoot bathtub, morning light streaming through tall windows. The reviews were mostly positive, guests praising the quiet neighborhood and the responsive host named Garrett. I packed a duffel bag and left on a Friday afternoon, hoping that a few days away might help me figure out what came next. I arrived at the duplex around 4 in the afternoon, and the place looked even better than the photos. It was an old Victorian painted sage green with white trim, sitting on a tree-lined street where the oaks were just beginning to show their autumn colors. The neighborhood had that established, peaceful quality. People walking dogs, kids riding bikes in driveways, the kind of scene that makes you feel safe without thinking about it. I grabbed my bag from the trunk of my Subaru and walked toward the side entrance that led up to my unit, following the check-in instructions Garrett had sent. That was when the front door of the downstairs unit swung open with enough force to rattle the frame. A man stepped out onto the porch, late 50s, maybe early 60s, with thinning gray hair and hollow cheeks that made his eyes look too large for his face. He wore a flannel shirt buttoned wrong, one side hanging lower than the other, and his gaze fixed on me with an intensity that stopped me cold in the middle of the walkway. Before I could say hello or offer any kind of greeting, he jabbed a trembling finger toward my face and spoke in a voice thick with accusation. "You came back to finish what you started, didn't you?" I stood there for a moment, completely caught off guard, my duffel bag hanging awkwardly from my shoulder. My first instinct was to laugh, because surely this had to be some kind of mistake or maybe even a weird joke. "I'm sorry," I managed to say, keeping my voice light and friendly. "I think you might have me confused with someone else. I just got here. I'm renting the upstairs unit for the weekend." The man's expression didn't soften. If anything, his eyes narrowed further, scanning my face like he was searching for something hidden beneath the surface. He took a step closer to the edge of his porch, close enough that I could see the patchy stubble on his jaw and the dark circles carved deep under his eyes. "That's exactly what you'd say," he muttered, more to himself than to me. "That's exactly what they told you to say." I felt my smile falter, unsure how to respond to that. After an uncomfortable silence that stretched on for what felt like a full minute, he finally turned and retreated back inside, slamming his door hard enough to make the porch railing vibrate. I stood frozen on the walkway for another few seconds, trying to process what had just happened. Then I shook it off and headed up the exterior staircase to my unit, telling myself that every neighborhood has its eccentric characters. Maybe he had dementia, or maybe he was just having a bad day. People say strange things sometimes. It doesn't always mean something sinister. The upstairs apartment was exactly as advertised. Clean, bright, with that exposed brick wall and the beautiful clawfoot tub I had seen in the photos. I dropped my bag on the bed and texted Kelsey that I had arrived safely, then spent the next hour unpacking and settling in. We made plans to grab dinner the following evening, and I poured myself a glass of wine from the bottle I had brought and sat by the window watching the street darken as the sun went down. By 9 o'clock, I had almost convinced myself that the encounter with the downstairs neighbor was nothing more than an awkward misunderstanding, something I would laugh about later. I changed into pajamas, crawled into the surprisingly comfortable bed, and closed my eyes. That was when the pacing started. At first, I thought it was just the normal sounds of an old house settling, or maybe the neighbor moving around before bed. But as I lay there in the darkness, I realized the footsteps were deliberate, back and forth, directly beneath my bedroom. The floorboards in these old Victorians are thin, and I could track his movement with unsettling precision. He would walk from one end of what I assumed was his living room to the other, pause for a few seconds, then turn and walk back, over and over again, like a caged animal. I checked my phone. It was almost 11. I told myself he was probably just an insomniac, maybe anxious about something, and that he would settle down eventually. But then I started to hear his voice. It was muffled through the floor, impossible to make out complete sentences, but the rhythm of it was clear. He was talking to himself, or maybe to someone who wasn't there. I pressed my ear closer to the mattress, straining to listen, and caught fragments that made my chest tighten. They sent her again, and she thinks I don't know, and something that sounded horribly like, "This time I'll be ready." I barely slept that night. Every time I started to drift off, the pacing would resume, or I would hear that low, muttering voice rising up through the floorboards like smoke. By the time pale morning light began to filter through the curtains, I had maybe gotten 2 hours of broken rest. I lay there debating what to do. Should I message Garrett, the host? Should I just leave and find a hotel? Part of me felt ridiculous for being so shaken by what was probably just a lonely, mentally unwell man who posed no real threat. I decided to give it one more chance to see how things looked in the daylight. I showered, got dressed, and made myself a cup of coffee using the little Keurig machine on the kitchen counter. Around 8 in the morning, I gathered the small bag of trash I had accumulated, the wine bottle, some packaging from snacks, and headed downstairs to find the bins Garrett had mentioned were located at the side of the house. The morning air was crisp and cool, and for a moment everything felt normal again. Birds were singing, a jogger passed by on the sidewalk, and I could smell someone cooking bacon somewhere nearby. I rounded the corner toward the trash cans, and that was when the downstairs door burst open and he came rushing out, a kitchen knife clutched in his right hand. I dropped the trash bag and stumbled backward, nearly tripping over my own feet. He stopped about 6 feet away from me, close enough that I could see the blade catching the morning sunlight, close enough that I could see how badly his hand was shaking. His eyes were wild and bloodshot, rimmed with red like he hadn't slept in days, and there was a sheen of sweat on his forehead despite the cool air. "Admit it," he said, his voice cracking on the words. "Admit who hired you. I know you're one of them. I know they sent you to watch me, to report back." "Who is it? The government? My ex-wife? Just tell me the truth and maybe we can work something out." I held my hands up slowly, palms facing him, trying to keep my breathing steady even though my heart was slamming against my ribs so hard I thought I might pass out. "I don't know what you're talking about," I said, forcing my voice to stay calm. "My name is Whitney. I'm just here for the weekend. I've never seen you before in my life, I swear to God." He stared at me for a long moment, the knife trembling in his grip, and I genuinely did not know if he was about to lunge at me or collapse into tears. Then, just as suddenly as he had appeared, something in his expression shifted. His shoulders sagged, and he lowered the knife to his side, though he didn't let go of it. "That's what the last one said too," he muttered, his voice hollow now, drained of its previous intensity. They always say that. They always have a story. He turned and shuffled back inside without another word, closing his door behind him with a soft click that somehow felt more disturbing than a slam. I stood there in the side yard, shaking, my legs feeling like they might give out beneath me. As soon as I could move again, I rushed back up to my unit and locked the door behind me, then pushed a chair against it for good measure. I grabbed my phone and immediately called Garrett, the host, my words tumbling out in a panicked rush as I described what had just happened. There was a pause on the other end of the line, and then Garrett sighed, not with concern but with what sounded almost like mild annoyance. "Oh, that's just Howard," he said, like he was explaining away a barking dog. "He's been going through a rough patch lately. Divorce, lost his job, you know how it is. He's harmless, really. Just try to avoid him and you'll be fine." I wanted to scream at him. I wanted to ask how a man waving a knife at a guest could possibly be considered harmless. But Garrett kept talking, assuring me that Howard had lived in the downstairs unit for over 3 years and had never actually hurt anyone, that he just had episodes sometimes, and that they usually passed within a day or two. He offered me a partial refund if I wanted to leave early, but said it in a tone that made it clear he thought I was overreacting. I hung up the phone feeling more alone than I had in months. Kelsey was at work and couldn't come get me until the evening, and the thought of walking back to my car, which was parked on the street right in Howard's line of sight, filled me with dread. So I stayed inside, double-checking that every window was locked, keeping the chair wedged against the door. I tried to distract myself with my phone, scrolling through social media, but I kept glancing toward the floor every time I heard a creak from below. Around noon, the pacing started again. Back and forth, that relentless rhythm that I could feel in my teeth. And then, sometime in the early afternoon, the pacing stopped, and I heard footsteps coming up the exterior staircase toward my door. I held my breath, standing in the middle of the living room, staring at the door like it might explode inward at any second. The footsteps stopped at the top of the stairs. There was a long pause, 10 seconds, maybe 15, and then a soft scraping sound, like paper being pushed across wood. I watched as a folded piece of notebook paper slid beneath the gap at the bottom of the door, coming to rest on the hardwood floor about 2 feet in front of me. The footsteps retreated back down the stairs, slow and deliberate, and I heard Howard's door open and close. I didn't move for at least a full minute. When I finally worked up the courage to pick up the note, my fingers felt numb and clumsy, like they belonged to someone else. The handwriting was jagged and uneven, pressed so hard into the paper that it had torn through in places. It read, "I know you're here to take me. I won't go quietly. I've prepared. Tell whoever sent you that I'm ready this time. I won't let it happen again." I read it 3 times, trying to make sense of it, trying to convince myself that this was just the ramblings of a sick man and not a genuine threat. But the words "I've prepared" kept echoing in my head, and I thought about that knife in his hand, and I knew I had to get out of there. I started shoving my clothes back into my duffel bag, not bothering to fold anything, just cramming it all in as fast as I could. My car keys were on the kitchen counter, and I grabbed them, clutching them so tight the metal teeth dug into my palm. I called Kelsey while I packed, and she picked up on the second ring. "I need you to stay on the phone with me," I said, my voice coming out shakier than I wanted. "I'm leaving right now, and I need someone to know what's happening in case something goes wrong." She asked me what was going on, and I gave her the short version: crazy neighbor, knife, threatening note, and she told me to call the police. I told her I just wanted to get out first, that I could call them from the road, that I didn't want to wait around for them to show up while Howard was downstairs doing God knows what. I zipped up my bag, slung it over my shoulder, and moved the chair away from the door. My plan was simple: get down the stairs as fast as possible, sprint to my car, and drive away without looking back. I took a deep breath, unlocked the deadbolt, and pulled the door open. That was when I heard the downstairs door slam open with a bang that echoed through the whole building. Heavy footsteps pounded up the wooden staircase, fast and furious, shaking the entire structure with each step. I didn't think, I just reacted. I slammed my door shut and threw the deadbolt, then shoved the chair back against it with all my strength. Kelsey was screaming my name through the phone, asking what was happening, and I couldn't even answer her because the footsteps had reached the top of the stairs, and now someone was pounding on my door so hard the hinges were rattling. "I know what you're doing." Howard's voice tore through the wood, raw and ragged and completely unhinged. "You're not taking me. You hear me? I won't let you take me like you took the others." I backed away from the door until I hit the far wall, my phone pressed to my ear, and I finally managed to choke out the words, "Call 911, Kelsey. Call them right now." The pounding continued, rhythmic and relentless, and I could see the door frame starting to splinter where the deadbolt met the wood. I looked around desperately for another way out, and that was when I remembered the window, the one that opened onto a small section of roof over the back porch. I ran to it, shoved it open, and climbed out onto the slanted shingles just as I heard the door finally give way behind me. The roof was steeper than it looked, and the shingles were slick with morning dew. I half crawled, half slid toward the edge, my duffel bag still somehow hanging from my shoulder, my phone clutched in my other hand. Behind me, I could hear Howard crashing through the apartment, knocking things over, screaming about conspiracies and surveillance and people coming to take him away. I reached the edge of the roof and looked down. It was maybe a 10-foot drop to the grass below, maybe less. I didn't let myself think about it. I tossed my bag down first, then lowered myself over the edge, hung by my fingertips for a second, and let go. I hit the ground hard, pain shooting through my ankles, but I was up and running before I even registered it. I sprinted around the side of the house toward my car, fumbling with my keys, not daring to look back. I could hear Howard somewhere behind me now, his voice carrying through the morning air, still ranting about them and the network, and how he wouldn't be taken alive. I reached my Subaru, ripped the door open, threw myself inside and locked it. My hands were trembling so badly it took me 3 tries to get the key in the ignition. When the engine finally roared to life, I peeled away from the curb without even checking for traffic, and I didn't stop driving until I was 3 miles away, parked in the lot of a grocery store, sobbing so hard I could barely breathe. The police found Howard inside the upstairs unit, sitting on the floor of the living room with the knife still in his hand. He didn't resist when they arrested him. Kelsey had called 911 the moment she heard the door break down, and the officers arrived within 8 minutes, an eternity when you're running for your life, but fast enough that he didn't have time to flee. I gave my statement from the grocery store parking lot, still shaking, still crying, and a detective called me later that evening to fill in the gaps. Apparently, Howard had been in and out of psychiatric facilities for years. He suffered from severe paranoid schizophrenia, and he had stopped taking his medication about 2 months before I arrived. Garrett, the host, knew about his condition, but thought he could manage the situation because Howard had been stable for a while. The detective told me I was lucky, that Howard had made similar accusations against a previous guest 6 months earlier, a woman who had cut her stay short after he followed her to her car. No charges were filed that time because she just wanted to forget it happened. I still think about that sometimes, about how close I came to being another story that got swept under the rug. I left a detailed review on the Airbnb listing, warning other travelers, and reported Garrett to the platform. The listing was taken down a few weeks later. I never went back to Portland, and even now, 2 years later, I still check the locks twice before bed. I still flinch when I hear footsteps on stairs. Some fears, once they find you, never really let go. Booking apps make me nauseous now. Not exaggerating, I mean physically sick. Friends ask me to join them on trips, and I make up excuses because I cannot explain what happened in April 2018 without sounding paranoid or crazy. At 26, right after a messy breakup that left me hollow, I decided solo travel would fix me. A coworker had done this whole backpacking thing through Eastern Europe and kept sending photos of cheap hostels and empty beaches. I had savings from my consulting work, the flexibility to be remote for a few weeks, and nothing keeping me home anymore. So I picked a small coastal country I had only seen mentioned in budget travel blogs. Off the tourist radar, beautiful old towns, and prices that seemed almost too good. I told myself it would be an adventure, a reset. I found this apartment listing on one of those rental platforms. Nothing fancy, but cheap. Around 40 euros a night for a one-bedroom in a town with a name I still cannot pronounce right. The reviews were decent, maybe 15 total, all short and generic but positive enough. The host called himself Bogdan, responded fast, seemed helpful through the app messages. He sent the address and a lockbox code for the key. My flight had 2 connections, and by the time I landed, it was already dark outside. A bus took me from the airport to the town center. Then I walked maybe 20 minutes dragging my suitcase over uneven cobblestone, using my phone GPS to navigate. The building looked old, 5 or 6 stories, with a heavy wooden door that groaned when I pushed it. Inside, the stairwell reeked of cigarette smoke mixed with something damp, and the lights operated on a timer that clicked off every 30 seconds, leaving me standing blind between floors while I scrambled to find the next switch. The apartment was on the 4th floor. I got the key from the lockbox, let myself in, and immediately felt relieved. It looked exactly like the photos, maybe even a bit nicer. Clean, small kitchen, a bed that seemed comfortable enough. I dropped my bags and went to close the curtains when I noticed the window faced the interior courtyard and another building across the way. A few windows over there had lights on, people moving around inside their homes. Normal stuff. I showered, ate some crackers I had packed, and decided to head out to grab a real meal since I had seen a few restaurants still open near the bus stop. It was around 10 at night, cold but not freezing, and the streets were mostly empty. I found a place that had English on the menu, ordered some kind of meat dish using hand gestures and my translation app, and ate quickly. The waiter was polite but did not speak much English. I paid in cash, left a tip, and started walking back. That is when I first saw them. 2 men standing near the entrance of my building, right by the heavy wooden door. They were not doing anything specific, just standing there smoking, talking quietly to each other. One was tall and thin, maybe in his 40s, wearing a dark jacket. The other was shorter, stockier, with a shaved head and a tracksuit. I would not have thought twice about it except for the way they both stopped talking and turned to look at me as I approached. Not a casual glance, but a direct stare that followed me as I punched in the building code and pushed the door open. I felt their eyes on my back as I stepped inside. The door closed behind me, and I stood in the dark stairwell, heart beating faster than it should have been. I told myself I was being paranoid. Jet lag, unfamiliar place, my mind playing tricks. But something about the way they watched me, like they were expecting me, stuck with me as I climbed those 4 flights of stairs in the clicking darkness. I slept badly that night. Kept waking up to sounds I could not identify. Pipes groaning, doors closing somewhere in the building. Muffled voices that could have been from neighboring apartments or from the stairwell. I could not tell. Around 3 in the morning, I heard footsteps outside my door. Slow, deliberate steps that stopped right in front of my apartment. I lay completely still in bed, barely breathing, staring at the thin strip of light under the door. A shadow moved across it. Someone was standing there. I waited for a knock, for something. But after maybe a minute, the footsteps continued down the hall and faded. I did not sleep again after that. I just lay there watching the ceiling turn gray as the sun came up, convincing myself it was probably just a neighbor coming home late, nothing more. In the morning, around 8, I finally got up and checked my phone. There was a message from Bogdan on the rental app, sent at 6 in the morning. It said in broken English, "You came home very late. Who brought you?" I read it 3 times trying to understand what he meant. How did he know what time I came back? The apartment had no cameras that I could see. I had checked when I arrived. And what did he mean? Who brought me? I came back alone. I typed a reply asking what he meant, trying to keep it casual, saying I just went out for dinner and came back around 10:30. He read the message immediately but did not respond. I sat on the edge of the bed holding my phone, and that uneasy feeling from the night before came flooding back. Someone was watching me. Either Bogdan himself or someone reporting to him. The 2 men outside, maybe. I walked to the window and looked down at the courtyard, half expecting to see them staring up at me, but it was empty. I decided to go out and clear my head, maybe find a cafe with Wi-Fi and do some research on the area. But when I went to open the front door, I noticed something that made me stop cold. The lock, this old brass thing with a deadbolt, had scratches around the keyhole that I was certain were not there before. Fresh scratches, bright metal showing through the darker patina, and the door frame near the latch had a small dent, like someone had tried to pry it open with a flathead screwdriver or something similar. I crouched down and looked closer. The wood was splintered slightly, tiny pieces on the floor that I must have stepped over when I came in last night without noticing. Someone had tried to force their way into the apartment. While I was inside, while I was sleeping, my mind raced through possibilities. Maybe it happened before I arrived, but the scratches looked fresh. Maybe I was wrong about them not being there, but I had examined the lock when I first got the key, checking that it worked properly. Those marks were new. I grabbed my passport, my wallet, and my phone, shoved them in my jacket, and left the apartment. I needed to report this to someone, anyone official. I used my translation app to figure out where the nearest police station was, about a 15-minute walk toward the center of town. The morning was bright, and the streets had more people now, locals going about their business, and I started to feel a bit calmer. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe Bogdan had sent someone to check on the apartment and they had trouble with the lock. There had to be an explanation. The police station was a small building with a faded sign I could not read, and inside there was a front desk with a woman in uniform who looked up at me with zero expression. I tried to explain in English what happened, showing her photos I had taken of the lock and the door frame. She called over a male officer who spoke a little English, and I went through it all again. The scratches, the message from the host, the men watching me. He listened, nodded, then exchanged a look with the woman that I did not like at all. The officer told me I probably misunderstood the situation, that old buildings have old locks and scratches are normal, that the host was probably just being friendly, checking on his guest. He suggested maybe I was tired from traveling and seeing things that were not there. His tone was not rude exactly, but dismissive in a way that felt deliberate, like he was reading from a script. I asked if they could at least send someone to look at the door, to document the damage. He said they were very busy, that this was not a priority matter, that I should talk to my host about getting the lock fixed. The woman behind the desk had gone back to her paperwork and was not even looking at me anymore. I stood there for a moment not knowing what else to say. I thanked them, which felt stupid, and walked out. The sun was still bright, but the streets did not feel safe anymore. I had this growing certainty that I was completely alone in whatever was happening, that no one was going to help me, and that going back to that apartment was a terrible idea. But my stuff was there. My laptop, my clothes, my charger. I could not just leave everything behind. I stopped at a small grocery store and bought water and some food, enough for a day, thinking maybe I could just stay inside and book a bus or train out of there for the next morning. I would eat the cost of the remaining nights. I did not care. When I got back to the building, I checked the entrance carefully before going in. No one around. I climbed the stairs fast, got inside the apartment, and locked the door behind me. Deadbolt, chain, everything. I pushed a chair against the door too, which felt paranoid but also necessary. Then I sat on the bed and started searching for transportation out of town. The Wi-Fi was slow and kept cutting out, and the booking sites were confusing, half in the local language even when I switched to English. I finally found a bus leaving at 7 the next morning, about 10 hours away, and booked a ticket. I just had to make it through one more night. That was all. One more night and I would be gone. I messaged Bogdan saying I had a family emergency and needed to leave early, hoping that would explain my sudden departure without raising suspicion. He read it, but again did not reply. Around 4 in the afternoon, someone knocked on the door. 3 firm knocks, official sounding. I stayed quiet, not moving from the bed. Then a voice, a man speaking in accented English. He said he was police, that he needed to verify my documents, routine check for foreign visitors. My first thought was relief. Maybe the station had sent someone after all. But then I remembered the officer saying they were too busy, that it was not a priority. I got up slowly and looked through the peephole. A man in a dark uniform stood in the hallway, but something was wrong. The uniform did not look like what the officers at the station were wearing. Different color, no visible badge. He knocked again and repeated himself, saying he needed my passport for verification, that it would only take a minute. I asked him to slide his identification under the door. There was a pause. Then he said it was not necessary, that I should just open the door and this would be quick. His tone had changed, harder now, impatient. I told him I would call the station to confirm. Another pause, longer this time. Then footsteps, walking away. I watched through the peephole until he disappeared down the stairs. My hands were trembling as I grabbed my phone and tried to find the number for the police station. But when I finally got through, the woman who answered did not understand my English, and I could not make the translation app work fast enough. I gave up after a few minutes of useless back and forth. An hour later, maybe a bit more, I got a message from Bogdan. This time he wrote that I owed additional fees, something about local tourist taxes that were not included in the original booking. He said it was 200 euros and that someone would come to collect it this evening. I knew it was fake. I had researched the area before booking and there were no such fees, nothing like that amount anyway. I typed back saying I had already paid everything through the app and would not be paying anything else. He responded immediately this time. Just one line. Better you pay. Easier for everyone. I stared at those words for a long time. It was not a suggestion. It was a threat. I looked around the small apartment, at the chair still pushed against the door, at the window facing the courtyard, at my suitcase half packed on the floor. The sun was starting to go down and the room was getting darker. I thought about calling the embassy, but I did not even know if there was one in this country, or how long it would take them to do anything. I thought about just grabbing my bag and running to the bus station, spending the night there if I had to. But the bus did not leave until 7 in the morning and I did not know if the station was even open overnight or safe to stay in. Around 9 that night they came. I heard them before I saw anything. Footsteps on the stairs, more than one person, and then they stopped outside my door. A soft knock, almost polite, then a voice I recognized, the same accent as the fake officer but different, rougher. He said my name, pronounced it wrong but close enough. Said they were there to collect what I owed, that I should open the door and we could sort this out like adults. I did not answer, did not move. Another knock, harder this time. Then the second voice, the one I had not heard before, said something in their language to the first guy. I heard what sounded like metal touching metal near the lock. They were trying to get in. I grabbed my phone and did the only thing I could think of. I started a video, pointed it at the door, and said out loud in English that I was recording, that I had contacted my embassy, that people knew where I was. Complete lies, all of it. But I said it loud and clear. The sound stopped. Silence for maybe 10 seconds that felt like an hour. Then the first voice again, calm now, almost amused. He said, okay, no problem. Said I should enjoy my stay. And then footsteps again, going down, getting quieter until I could not hear them anymore. I sat on the floor with my back against the bed, phone still recording, and I did not move for the rest of the night. I did not sleep. I barely blinked. I just sat there in the dark, watching the strip of light under the door, waiting for the shadows to come back. They never did. At 5 in the morning, when the sky started getting light, I grabbed my suitcase and left everything else behind. Charger, some clothes, a book I had been reading. I did not care. I walked to the bus station through empty streets, jumping at every sound, every person I passed. The station was open, a few other travelers sitting on benches looking half asleep. I found a corner where I could see all the entrances, and I waited. The bus came at 7, exactly on time, and I got on without looking back. I did not feel safe until we crossed the border into the next country, 3 hours later. Even then, I kept checking behind me, kept expecting to see that tall man in the dark jacket or the one with the shaved head. But they were gone. Or maybe they just found someone else. I never reported it to anyone, not properly. Who would I report it to? The police were useless or complicit. The rental app sent me a generic response when I complained. Something about investigating the matter, and the listing stayed up for months after. I checked. Bogdan even left me a review, 1 star, saying I was a difficult guest who left without paying what I owed. I did not respond. I just deleted my account and tried to forget any of it happened. But I still think about those footsteps stopping outside my door. I still hear that voice saying my name, and I still wonder what would have happened if I had opened it. Renting out my basement seemed like the smartest financial decision after my divorce finalized in early 2023. My daughter had just started college at Ohio State, and between tuition payments and the mortgage on a house I probably should have sold, the extra income from short-term rentals felt like a lifeline. The basement suite was perfect for it. Separate entrance through the side gate, its own bathroom, a small kitchenette I had installed myself over one weekend. My buddies from the fire station where I worked as a dispatcher thought I was crazy for letting strangers sleep 15 feet below my bedroom. But after hosting maybe 40 or 50 guests over 8 months without a single issue, I figured I had the system down. Background checks, verified profiles, a strict no parties policy written in bold on the listing. What could go wrong with a couple booking a weekend for a work trip, right? They showed up on a Friday afternoon in late October, and I remember thinking they looked almost too ordinary. The man introduced himself as Craig, mid-40s maybe, with a firm handshake and the kind of forgettable face you see in insurance commercials. The woman beside him, Tamara, she said, barely made eye contact, just smiled politely while clutching a leather overnight bag against her chest like it contained something precious. They drove a silver Nissan Altima with Kentucky plates. Nothing flashy, nothing suspicious. I gave them the standard tour, showed them how to work the thermostat, pointed out the fire extinguisher under the sink because old habits die hard. Craig asked about the neighborhood, whether it was quiet at night, and I told him this was the most boring street in Columbus. Nothing ever happened here. He laughed at that, this short little chuckle that seemed genuine enough at the time. I handed over the keys and told them to enjoy their stay, then went upstairs to heat up leftover pasta and watch the Buckeyes lose another game. If I had paid closer attention to the way Tamara kept glancing at the windows, measuring them with her eyes, maybe I would have seen what was coming. Friday night passed without incident. I heard them moving around down there, normal sounds, footsteps, the TV mumbling through the floorboards, water running through the pipes. Saturday morning I left early for a 12-hour shift at the station, and when I came back around 11 that night, the house was dark and quiet. I figured they had gone to bed early, maybe tired from whatever work thing brought them to town. I made myself a sandwich, answered a few texts from my daughter complaining about her roommate, and crashed hard. It was around 2 in the morning when the thumping woke me up. Not loud exactly, but rhythmic, like someone was moving furniture or dragging something heavy across the basement floor. I lay there for a few minutes, staring at the ceiling, telling myself it was nothing. People shuffle around at night, especially in unfamiliar places. But then I heard voices. Not just 2 voices, but several, layered on top of each other, a low hum of conversation punctuated by occasional laughter. I sat up in bed and checked my phone, half expecting a message from Craig apologizing for having a friend over. Nothing. I pulled on sweatpants and walked to the back of the house where I had installed a small security monitor that showed feeds from 3 cameras: front porch, backyard, and the side gate that led to the basement entrance. The front porch was empty, just my truck parked in the driveway under the streetlight. The backyard showed nothing but shadows and the old swing set my daughter used to love. But the side gate camera made me sit down on the edge of my bed and just stare. There were people streaming through one after another, at least a dozen that I counted in the span of 2 minutes. Men and women, some carrying bags, some carrying nothing, all of them disappearing around the corner toward the basement door. None of them looked up at the camera. They knew exactly where they were going, like they had done this before. I watched a guy in a black hoodie prop the gate open with a brick so it would not swing shut, making it easier for whoever came next. My listing specifically said maximum 2 guests. I had charged Craig for 2 people. And now there were at least 15 strangers in my basement, and I had no idea what they were doing down there. I spent the next hour going back and forth with myself about what to do. Part of me wanted to march down there and demand everyone leave, but another part, the part that had worked emergency dispatch long enough to hear how quickly situations turn violent, told me to wait until morning. These were not college kids throwing a house party. The people I saw on that camera moved with purpose, silent and organized. Around 3:30, the thumping stopped, and the voices faded to nothing. I finally fell into a shallow sleep with my phone clutched in my hand, the security app still open. When I woke up at 7, pale Sunday light coming through the blinds, I went straight to the back window that overlooked the yard. What I saw made me grab the windowsill just to steady myself. The grass was covered in trash, beer bottles, plastic cups, fast food wrappers scattered everywhere like confetti after a parade. But that was not the worst part. Near the fence, maybe 10 feet from my daughter's old swing set, there was a blackened circle in the grass about 3 feet wide. Scorch marks. And in the center of that circle, I could see the melted remains of fabric, clothing, maybe, or sheets, twisted into unrecognizable shapes. I threw on shoes and went outside, not even bothering with a jacket despite the October chill biting through my t-shirt. The smell hit me before I even got close to the burn site. Chemical, acrid, nothing like a normal bonfire. I crouched down and looked at the melted fabric, trying to figure out what it had been. There were buttons mixed into the ash, and what looked like a zipper fused into a warped line of metal. Someone had burned clothes down here deliberately, in the middle of the night while I slept 15 feet above them. I pulled out my phone and took pictures of everything. The trash, the scorch marks, the bottles that I now noticed were not just beer but also empty containers of rubbing alcohol and acetone. My hands were steady, but something inside my chest felt like it was vibrating at a frequency I could not control. I walked around to the side gate, still propped open with that brick, and stood in front of the basement door. I could hear movement inside, soft footsteps, someone talking in a low murmur. I knocked 3 times hard, using the side of my fist the way I learned to do back when I volunteered as a firefighter, before switching to dispatch. Craig opened the door about 6 inches, just enough for me to see half his face. He looked different than he had on Friday. His eyes were bloodshot, his jaw tight, and there was a sharpness in his expression that had not been there before. Behind him, I caught a glimpse of Tamara sitting on the edge of the bed, and next to her stood a man I had never seen, heavy-set with a shaved head and tattoos crawling up his neck. The smell coming from inside was wrong, a mix of sweat and something chemical that reminded me of the burn pile in the yard. I told Craig we needed to talk about what happened last night, that I had cameras, that I saw everything. He did not blink. He just stared at me with this flat, empty expression and said that whatever I thought I saw, I should forget about it. I told him that was not going to happen, that they had violated the rental agreement and needed to leave by noon or I was calling the police. That was when Craig leaned closer, close enough that I could smell cigarettes and something sour on his breath, and said 5 words that I can still hear perfectly when I close my eyes at night. Do not interfere with business. Then he shut the door in my face, and I heard the deadbolt slide into place. The deadbolt I had installed myself, now being used to lock me out of my own property. I went back upstairs and called the police non-emergency line, figuring this was a civil matter, an eviction situation at worst. The officer who showed up 40 minutes later was young, maybe mid-20s, with the kind of polite disinterest that told me he had already decided this was not worth his time. I showed him the pictures on my phone, walked him around to see the burn site and the trash, explained about the cameras and the crowd of people I had seen entering in the middle of the night. He nodded along, took a few notes, then knocked on the basement door himself. Craig answered with a completely different demeanor, friendly, apologetic, laughing about how they had invited a few friends over and things got a little out of hand. He called it a party dispute, a misunderstanding between neighbors, said they would clean up the yard and be out by checkout time tomorrow. The officer looked at me like I was the one causing problems. He told me that since they had a valid rental agreement through Monday morning, there was not much he could do unless I had evidence of a crime. I mentioned the chemical containers, the burned clothes, but without proof of what exactly was burned or why. It was just speculation. The officer left his card and told me to call if things escalated. but his tone made it clear he did not expect to hear from me again. I spent the rest of Sunday afternoon in my living room, watching the security feeds on my laptop with the blinds drawn. The basement stayed quiet for most of the day, but I noticed Craig and the bald man leave around 4 in the afternoon, climbing into a white cargo van that I had never seen before. Not the silver Altima they arrived in. They drove off and did not come back for hours. Tamara stayed behind, and through the thin walls I could hear her talking on the phone, her voice too muffled to make out words, but the tone urgent, almost frantic at times. I thought about calling my daughter just to hear a familiar voice, but what would I even say? That I rented my basement to criminals? That I was sitting in my own house feeling like a prisoner? Around 8 o'clock, after the sun had gone down and the street had fallen into that quiet Sunday stillness, I looked at the front porch camera and felt my throat tighten. There were 2 men standing at the bottom of my driveway, right where the concrete met the sidewalk. They were not moving, not talking to each other, just standing there with their hands in their jacket pockets, staring directly at the house. One of them was tall and thin, wearing a baseball cap pulled low. The other was shorter, stockier, with a beard that caught the orange glow from the streetlight. I had never seen either of them before in my life. I watched those 2 men for almost 20 minutes, waiting for them to do something, approach the house, leave, anything. But they just stood there, motionless, their eyes fixed on my front windows like they were waiting for a signal. I turned off all the lights inside, moving through my own home in the dark like an intruder, and positioned myself near the window where I could see them without being seen. The tall one pulled out his phone at some point, looked at the screen, then showed it to the other guy. They both glanced up at the house again, and I swear the shorter one smiled, just a quick flash of teeth that disappeared as fast as it came. Then, as if they had received some invisible command, they both turned and walked away down the sidewalk, disappearing into the shadows between streetlights. I did not sleep that night. I sat in my recliner with a baseball bat across my lap, the same one my daughter used in Little League 15 years ago, and I watched every camera feed until my eyes burned. The white cargo van returned around midnight. I saw Craig and the bald man carry something inside the basement, something wrapped in black plastic that took both of them to lift. I told myself it could be anything: equipment, supplies, furniture. I told myself a lot of things that night that I did not believe. Monday morning came gray and cold, the kind of Ohio autumn day that feels like the sky itself is pressing down on you. Checkout was supposed to be 11, and by 10:30 there was no sign of movement from the basement. I called the rental platform's emergency line and explained the situation. The unauthorized guests, the threats, the men watching my house. The representative put me on hold for 15 minutes and came back with nothing useful, just a promise to investigate and a reminder that I could file a claim for property damage. By noon, Craig and Tamara were still inside. I could hear them moving around, hear that same low murmur of voices that now included at least 2 or 3 other people. I made a decision then, probably stupid in hindsight, but I was running on no sleep and pure adrenaline. I grabbed my phone, hit record on the camera, and used my master key to open the basement door. The smell hit me first, chemicals, stronger than before, mixed with something organic and rotten underneath. The living area looked like a bomb had gone off. Mattresses on the floor, trash everywhere, bottles and cans and food containers piled in corners. But it was the back room, the small storage space I used to keep Christmas decorations, that made me stop breathing. There were plastic containers lined up against the wall, the kind you buy at hardware stores, with handwritten labels I could not read from where I stood. The windows had been covered with black plastic sheeting, and someone had installed padlocks on the inside, makeshift locks that would keep anyone from getting in or out. Craig appeared from the bathroom, and behind him I saw the bald man and another guy I did not recognize, younger, with nervous eyes that kept darting toward the back room. Craig told me to get out, his voice calm but carrying an edge that felt like a blade against my throat. I held up my phone and told him I had already called the police again, that they were on their way, that whatever they were doing down here was over. It was a bluff. I had not called anyone yet, but something in my voice must have convinced him. He looked at the other 2 men, some kind of silent communication passing between them, and then he smiled. Not a friendly smile, but the smile of someone who knows something you do not. He told me to check the wall by the bed before I made any more threats. Then all three of them walked past me, close enough that the bald man's shoulder brushed mine, and they went out the side door without another word. I heard car doors slam, an engine start, and then they were gone. I stood there in that destroyed basement, my phone still recording, and I walked over to the wall Craig had mentioned. Someone had scratched words into the drywall with something sharp, deep gouges that went through the paint and into the plaster beneath. 5 words that I can still see when I close my eyes. "We know you live upstairs." I called the real police this time. Not the non-emergency line, but 911. And I told them everything. 2 officers came first, then a detective, then a whole team of people in plain clothes who took one look at the back room and made everyone else step outside. They found traces of methamphetamine production in those containers. Enough chemical residue to charge someone with manufacturing if they ever caught them. The black plastic on the windows, the padlocks, the burned clothes in the yard, it all pointed to a mobile drug operation, the kind that sets up in short-term rentals for a few days and disappears before anyone catches on. The detective told me I was lucky, that these people had done this before in other cities, and that the homeowners who asked too many questions usually ended up with more than scratched drywall. They dusted for fingerprints, took samples, photographed everything. But Craig and Tamara, if those were even their real names, had used fake identification to book the rental. The silver Altima had been stolen from a parking garage in Kentucky 3 weeks earlier. The white cargo van was found abandoned 2 days later at a rest stop near Indianapolis, wiped clean. Nobody was ever arrested. The case went cold within a month. I sold the house in February of 2024, took a loss on it just to get out fast. My daughter asked me why I was moving into an apartment when I'd always said I would die in that house, and I told her I just needed a change of scenery. I never told her about the message on the wall, about the men standing at the bottom of the driveway, about the nights I spent awake with a baseball bat waiting for footsteps that never came. Some things you carry alone because sharing them would only spread the weight to people you love. I still check behind me when I walk to my car at night. I still look at every silver Nissan on the highway and wonder. The new apartment has no basement, no extra rooms, no space for guests of any kind. Sometimes I wake up at 2 in the morning and lie there in the dark, listening for thumping through walls that do not exist, voices that are not there. The police told me those people probably forgot about me the moment they drove away, that I was just another mark, another temporary stop on whatever criminal highway they travel. Maybe that is true, but I remember the way Craig smiled before he left, the way he told me to check the wall like he was giving me a gift. They wanted me to find that message. They wanted me to know that even in my own home, I was never really alone. And some nights, when the apartment is too quiet and the shadows stretch too long, I still do not feel alone. And that is the part that keeps me awake. After 7 years of grinding through tax season after tax season at an accounting firm in Denver, I had finally done it, saved enough for a real trip. Not some weekend getaway to Vegas, or a cruise with watered-down drinks, but an actual solo adventure through Portugal. My sister thought I was crazy for traveling alone at 26, but something about wandering through cobblestone streets with no itinerary felt like the reset I desperately needed. I landed in Lisbon on a Wednesday morning in late September 2024, jet-lagged but buzzing with that particular kind of excitement you only get when everything is unfamiliar. The plan was simple: spend 3 days in the capital, then head to Porto for another 4 before flying home. I had booked accommodations through Airbnb, choosing places that looked authentic rather than touristy. For Porto, I found what seemed like a steal: a private room inside a 19th century townhouse in the Ribeira district, hosted by a man named Gaspar who had dozens of 5-star reviews praising his hospitality and local recommendations. When I arrived at the address on that Sunday afternoon, the house exceeded my expectations in ways that made me giddy. It sat on a narrow street that wound up from the Douro River, its blue and white azulejo tiles gleaming in the autumn sun. Gaspar greeted me at the heavy wooden door with a warm handshake and a smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. He was perhaps in his early 60s, with thick gray hair combed back, and a neatly trimmed beard that gave him an almost grandfatherly appearance. His English was broken but enthusiastic, peppered with Portuguese phrases he would then translate with exaggerated hand gestures. He insisted on carrying my suitcase up the creaking staircase, pointing out family photographs on the walls. His late wife, his daughter who lived in Brazil, his grandchildren he saw only on video calls. The room itself was charming. High ceilings with exposed wooden beams, a wrought iron bed covered in crisp white linens, and a window that overlooked a tiny courtyard filled with potted lemon trees. He handed me an ornate brass key and then, almost as an afterthought, mentioned he would keep a spare in the kitchen drawer, just for safety, in case I ever locked myself out. The first 2 days passed like a dream. I wandered through the Livraria Lello, ate francesinha at a tiny restaurant where the owner kissed my cheeks like I was family, and watched the sunset paint the Douro River in shades of copper and rose. Gaspar was attentive in a way I initially found endearing. He would ask about my plans each morning over coffee, recommending hidden gems and warning me about pickpockets near the train station. But by the second evening, his questions became more specific. Where exactly was I going? What time would I return? Had I told anyone back home about staying here? I brushed it off as cultural difference, maybe even loneliness from an old man whose family lived an ocean away. When I mentioned I was meeting a group from my hostel in Lisbon for dinner, he frowned slightly and said it was dangerous for a woman to walk alone after dark. He offered to wait up for me, to make sure I got home safe. I thanked him, but declined, laughing nervously as I grabbed my jacket and headed out into the cool evening air. That night I came back earlier than expected, around 9:30 instead of 11, because one of the girls in the group had gotten food poisoning and everyone decided to call it an early night. The narrow street was quiet except for a television flickering blue through a neighbor's window. I unlocked the front door as quietly as I could, not wanting to disturb Gaspar if he had already gone to bed. But as I climbed the stairs, I heard footsteps above me, quick and shuffling, followed by the distinct creak of my bedroom door. My heart began pounding against my ribs as I reached the landing. There, standing in my doorway with my backpack clutched against his chest, was Gaspar. For a moment, neither of us moved. His expression shifted through several emotions: surprise, something that looked almost like fear, and then a smile that spread too slowly across his face. He explained, his voice overly casual, that he had noticed my window was not closing properly and wanted to check on it before the rain came. He set my backpack down on the bed, patted it twice like it was a sleeping pet, and wished me a good night before shuffling past me down the hallway. I stood there for what felt like minutes, my pulse thundering in my ears, trying to convince myself that I had misread the situation entirely. I barely slept that night. Every creak of the old house made me jolt awake, and I found myself staring at the gap beneath my door, watching for shadows. I had pushed the heavy wooden dresser in front of it before getting into bed, telling myself I was being paranoid, that Gaspar was just an odd but harmless old man. But when morning light finally crept through the curtains, I checked my backpack and found everything seemingly in place: my passport, my wallet, my emergency cash hidden in a zippered pocket inside my toiletry bag. Nothing was missing. I almost laughed at myself, at the dramatic American girl who watched too many true crime documentaries. I decided I would stay the remaining 2 nights as planned, but keep my distance from Gaspar. Spend more time out of the house, maybe even find a cafe with Wi-Fi where I could work on editing the hundreds of photos cluttering my phone. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand to check my messages, and that was when I noticed it. The small tray on the side of the device was slightly ajar, and when I pulled it open, the slot was empty. My SIM card, my only connection to calling and texting without Wi-Fi, was sitting neatly on the wooden desk across the room, propped against the base of a ceramic lamp like someone had placed it there deliberately for me to find. My mind raced through explanations that made sense. Maybe I had taken it out myself and forgotten. Maybe it had fallen out somehow and Gaspar had found it on the floor and placed it there for me. But I knew neither of those things was true. I remembered using my phone to text my sister right before falling asleep. Remembered the little green bubble confirming the message had sent. Someone had removed that SIM card while I slept, while the dresser blocked the door, which meant they had either moved the furniture without waking me, or they had come through another way. I walked to the window and examined the latch. It was old, the kind that could be jimmied open with a butter knife, and the frame showed faint scratches that I had not noticed before. My stomach twisted into a knot so tight I thought I might be sick. I shoved the SIM card back into my phone with trembling fingers and immediately tried to book a taxi to the airport. I did not care about the remaining nights I had paid for. I did not care about the non-refundable reservation or the carefully planned itinerary. I just needed to leave this house, this street, this city that had transformed overnight from charming to suffocating. The first taxi I requested through the app accepted my ride, and I watched the little car icon on the screen begin moving toward my location. I started throwing clothes into my suitcase without folding them, shoving toiletries into side pockets, not caring about organization or wrinkles or any of the meticulous packing habits I normally obsessed over. Then, about 3 minutes before arrival, the driver canceled. No explanation, just a notification that my ride was no longer available. I requested another one. A different driver accepted, and again I watched the icon approach on the map, getting closer and closer until it was practically on top of my pin. Then he canceled too. I tried a third time with the same result. Acceptance, approach, cancellation. On the fourth attempt, I watched the car actually turn onto my street, pause for nearly a minute, and then make a sharp U-turn before the cancellation notification appeared. I stood at my window looking down at the narrow road, my suitcase zipped and waiting by the door, and I saw the white sedan disappear around the corner like it was fleeing from something. I switched to a different taxi app, one of the local Portuguese services I had downloaded as a backup. The first driver who accepted sent me a message almost immediately. "This address? You are sure?" I typed back, "Yes, please hurry." He canceled 30 seconds later without another word. I finally went downstairs, thinking maybe I could walk to a busier street and hail a cab the old-fashioned way. Gaspar was sitting at the kitchen table with a newspaper spread in front of him and a small cup of espresso steaming by his elbow. He looked up when I appeared with my suitcase and something flickered across his face. Not surprise exactly, but a kind of resigned disappointment, like a parent catching a teenager sneaking out past curfew. He asked if I was leaving early, and I told him there was a family emergency back home, that I needed to catch the next flight to Denver. He nodded slowly, folding his newspaper with deliberate care, and said that was very unfortunate because the neighborhood had been having some problems lately. "Problems with what?" I asked, my voice coming out sharper than I intended. He waved his hand vaguely and mentioned something about break-ins, about strangers asking questions, about how it was not safe for a young woman to be wandering around alone with luggage. He offered to call someone for me, a friend who had a car who could take me to the airport for a fair price. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to refuse, to walk out that door and take my chances on the street. But the memory of those 4 taxi drivers canceling, of that white sedan fleeing like my address was cursed, made me hesitate just long enough for Gaspar to pick up his phone and dial. He spoke in rapid Portuguese, too fast for me to catch more than a few words. "Americana, aeroporto, agora." When he hung up, he smiled and told me his friend would arrive in about an hour, that I should relax and have some tea while I waited. An hour felt like an eternity, but what choice did I have? I sat in the living room with my suitcase beside me like a loyal dog, declining the tea he offered 3 separate times. Gaspar settled into an armchair across from me and watched a football match on a small television mounted in the corner, though I noticed his eyes kept drifting toward me, toward the front door, toward the window facing the street. The afternoon light began to fade, and the hours stretched into 2. I asked about his friend, and he assured me he was coming, that Porto traffic was terrible, that I should be patient. By the time the sun dipped below the terracotta rooftops, I knew no one was coming to take me to the airport. I stood up and announced I was going to walk to the main road and find my own transportation. Gaspar rose from his chair faster than I would have thought possible for a man his age, positioning himself between me and the door, with his hands raised in a gesture that was probably meant to be calming, but felt like a wall. Outside, dogs had begun barking. Not just one or two, but what sounded like every dog in the neighborhood, a chorus of frantic yelping that rose and fell in waves. I moved to the window and pulled back the lace curtain, and what I saw made my breath catch in my throat. 2 cars were parked on the narrow street below, both dark sedans with their engines running, exhaust puffing white in the cooling evening air. I could see silhouettes inside, 2 people in the front car, at least 3 in the back one. But their features were obscured by the fading light and the tinted windows. They were not moving, not getting out, just waiting. I turned to Gaspar and demanded to know who they were, what was happening, why I could not leave. He looked at me with an expression I will never forget, a mixture of pity and fear that seemed genuine, that made him look suddenly very old and very tired. He shuffled toward the staircase and gestured for me to follow him back to my room. When I refused, he leaned in close enough that I could smell the coffee on his breath and the faint mustiness of his wool sweater. His voice dropped to barely above a whisper as he said the words that still echo in my nightmares. "You cannot leave tonight. People are asking about you." I grabbed his arm and demanded answers. Who was asking? What did they want? What had he done? Gaspar pulled away and sank into a chair like a man defeated by something far larger than himself. In halting English mixed with Portuguese I could barely follow, he explained that he owed money to certain people, the kind of people who did not take no for an answer, the kind who noticed when young foreign women with American passports stayed alone in houses they controlled. He swore he had not meant for any of this to happen, that he had only mentioned me in passing, that he thought they just wanted to look at my documents to see if I was worth anything. Worth anything? Those words hung in the air like poison. He said the men outside had been watching since yesterday, that they had connections at the taxi companies, that the whole neighborhood knew better than to interfere. I felt the walls closing in, felt the ancient house transform from a charming relic into a cage, with blue tiles and lemon trees. But beneath the terror, something else ignited. A cold, sharp fury that burned through the panic and left me thinking with terrible clarity. I told Gaspar I needed to use the bathroom, and he nodded wearily, too broken to suspect anything. I locked myself in the small washroom off the kitchen, pulled out my phone, and connected to his Wi-Fi. My fingers flew across the screen as I opened every app I could think of. I messaged the American Embassy emergency line on Facebook. I emailed the consulate with my location and a desperate plea for help. I posted in a travel safety group with my exact address and a photo of the street I had taken days earlier, and I sent my sister a voice message explaining everything in case it was the last thing she ever heard from me. Then I did something that probably saved my life. I found the local Porto police emergency contact online and sent them a WhatsApp message with my passport photo, my location pin, and a frantic explanation that I was being held against my will by people who wanted to traffic me. I did not know if they would respond, did not know if WhatsApp was even a legitimate way to contact law enforcement, but I had nothing left to lose. I stayed in that bathroom for nearly 40 minutes, refreshing my messages, listening to the muffled sounds of Gaspar pacing in the kitchen and the dogs still barking outside. And then, like a miracle, I heard sirens. Distant at first, then closer, then right outside the window. I heard car doors slamming, engines revving, and tires screeching as the dark sedans fled into the night. I heard shouting in Portuguese, heard Gaspar's voice high and panicked, heard heavy footsteps on the stairs. When the police knocked on the bathroom door and called out in accented English that I was safe, I collapsed onto the cold tile floor and sobbed harder than I have ever sobbed in my life. They escorted me out of that house within the hour, took my statement at the station until nearly 3 in the morning, and put me on a flight back to Denver the next afternoon with a police escort to the gate. I never learned exactly who those men were or what would have happened if the sirens had not come. Gaspar was arrested, though I do not know what charges stuck or if he is still in prison. What I do know is that I have not traveled alone since, that I checked the locks on my apartment 4 times before bed, and that sometimes, when a car idles too long on my street, I feel that same cold dread wrap around my chest like a fist. I survived something that night in Porto, something I still do not fully understand. And the only reason I am here to tell you this story is because I trusted my instincts and fought back with the only weapon I had, a phone and a desperate hope that someone, somewhere, was listening. My company sent me to Austin for a software training conference back in March of 2018. 4 days, all expenses paid, which sounded great until I saw the hotel options they approved. $60 a night in downtown Austin gets you a room that smells like cigarette smoke and desperation. So I did what most people my age do now and booked a rental apartment instead. Found a nice-looking place about 6 blocks from the convention center. Modern building, great reviews. Hosted by a guy named Craig who had over 200 5-star ratings. The listing photos showed this sleek one-bedroom unit with floor-to-ceiling windows, a kitchen island with bar stools and a sofa bed in the living area. $90 a night, way better than the motel options. I messaged Craig a few questions about check-in. He responded within minutes, super friendly. Seemed like a solid choice. My girlfriend even joked that she wished she could come along because the place looked nicer than our actual apartment back in Columbus. I got to Austin around 3 in the afternoon after a connecting flight through Dallas. Craig had set up one of those keypad locks, so I just punched in the code he texted me and let myself in. The apartment looked exactly like the photos, which is always a relief with these rentals. Clean, modern, that generic IKEA furniture vibe, but in a good way. Big windows overlooking a courtyard, decent natural light. I dropped my suitcase in the bedroom, checked out the bathroom, opened the fridge to see if there was anything inside. Standard stuff, a few condiment packets, bottled water, a welcome note on the counter with the Wi-Fi password and some restaurant recommendations. I remember thinking this was going to be a smooth trip. I had the rest of the afternoon free before the conference started the next morning, so I figured I would grab dinner somewhere nearby. Maybe walk around a bit. That was the plan anyway. I wish I had just stayed in some crappy hotel instead. I came back from dinner around 8, full from some decent barbecue at a place a few blocks away. The sun was setting and the apartment had that warm orange glow from the windows. I kicked off my shoes, grabbed a beer from the welcome pack Craig had left in the fridge, and settled onto the sofa bed to watch something on my laptop. That is when I first noticed the motion sensors. There were 3 of them mounted in different spots around the main living area. Small, white rectangular boxes about the size of a deck of cards. One near the front door, one in the hallway leading to the bedroom, and one mounted on the wall right next to the kitchen island, maybe 7 feet up. I figured they were part of the security system, the kind that triggers an alarm if someone breaks in. The listing had mentioned the building had good security features, so I did not think much of it. But I remember glancing at the one near the kitchen and noticing its little LED light was blinking green every few seconds. The other 2 had solid red lights, no blinking. I thought maybe it was a different model or something. Did not give it more than a passing thought. Around 11, I was getting ready for bed when the power in the apartment flickered. Just for a second, lights went out and came back on. Probably nothing unusual for an older building, except this place was supposed to be recently renovated. I was standing in the kitchen getting a glass of water when I noticed the motion sensor near the island again. The power had just flickered off, but that green light was still blinking. Same rhythm, same interval. That struck me as weird because if the power cut out, even for a second, should not the sensor reset or go dark? I stood there watching it for maybe 30 seconds, and it just kept doing its thing. Blink, pause, blink, pause. I walked over to the one by the front door and its red light had gone solid again after the flicker, like it had rebooted. Same with the hallway one. But the kitchen sensor kept blinking like nothing had happened. I am not a paranoid person by nature, but something about that inconsistency got stuck in my head. I told myself it was probably just a battery backup or a different brand. I went to bed, but I kept thinking about that blinking light in the dark. The next morning I woke up early, around 6, even though my first session at the conference was not until 9. I made coffee using the little machine on the counter, and found myself staring at that sensor again. In the daylight, I could see it more clearly. It looked newer than the other two. The plastic was shinier, less dusty. The other sensors had that slightly yellowed look that white electronics get after a couple years. This one looked like it had been installed recently. I pulled one of the bar stools over and climbed up to get a closer look. The sensor by the front door had a small logo on it, some security company brand I did not recognize, and a serial number sticker. The hallway one had the same, but the kitchen one was different. No logo, no serial number, just a plain white casing with a tiny dark circle in the center that I had not noticed before. I remember my heart started beating a little faster when I saw that circle. It was maybe the size of a pencil eraser, slightly recessed into the plastic. I told myself it was probably just a light sensor or an infrared detector. Motion sensors have those, right? But why would this one look so different from the others? I got down from the stool and grabbed my phone. I typed the brand name from the other sensors into a search and found the security company website. They made basic home security equipment, motion detectors, door alarms, that kind of stuff. I looked at their product catalog and found models that matched the sensors by the door and hallway perfectly. Then I searched for one that matched the kitchen unit. Nothing. Not a single product on their site looked like that plain white box with the little dark circle. I went back to the listing page for the apartment and read through the description again. Craig had written that the unit featured a smart security system with motion detection. I scrolled through the photos and found one shot of the living room from an angle that showed the kitchen area. I zoomed in as much as my phone would let me. The photo was from maybe a year ago based on the listing date. In that picture, there was no sensor mounted near the kitchen island, just bare wall. My mouth went dry. That sensor had been added sometime in the last year, and it was not the same brand as the rest of the system. I skipped breakfast. I was supposed to be at the convention center in 2 hours, but I could not stop thinking about that device on the wall. I pulled the bar stool over again and climbed up, this time with my phone flashlight on. I angled the light directly at that little dark circle, and my stomach turned. Through the tiny opening, I could see the unmistakable glint of glass, a lens. I had worked briefly at an electronics store during college, and I knew what camera lenses looked like, even miniature ones. This was not a motion sensor. I climbed down and sat on the stool for a while, just processing. My mind was racing through possibilities. Maybe Craig had a legitimate reason. Maybe it was for security in case of break-ins. But why would he hide it? Why make it look like the other sensors? And why point it directly at the living area where the sofa bed was, where I had been sitting in my underwear the night before watching videos on my laptop? I felt sick. I actually felt physically sick, like I needed to throw up. I went to the bathroom and splashed water on my face, trying to calm down and think clearly about what to do next. I decided I needed to know for sure before doing anything drastic. I grabbed a butter knife from the kitchen drawer and climbed back up on the stool. The device was mounted with 2 small screws. Phillips head, nothing complicated. I hesitated for a second, thinking about whether I was allowed to tamper with the host's property. Then I thought about someone watching me sleep, and I stopped caring about the deposit. The screws came out easily, too easily, like they had been removed before. The device popped off the wall and I held it in my hands. It was light, maybe a few ounces. I turned it over and found a small label on the back with a model number and a brand name I recognized immediately: Nanny Cam Pro. I had seen these advertised online, marketed to parents who want to keep an eye on babysitters, or to people who suspect their spouse is cheating. Wireless, battery-powered, connects to an app on your phone so you can watch the feed remotely. The battery explained why it kept blinking during the power outage. This thing was not connected to the apartment security system at all. It was streaming video to someone's phone, and that someone had positioned it to capture everything happening on the sofa bed and kitchen area. I took photos of everything: the device, the label, the spot on the wall where it had been mounted, the 2 screws. I even took a video of myself turning the camera over and showing the Nanny Cam Pro branding. My hands were not steady, but I got the footage I needed. Then I sat down and messaged Craig through the rental app. I kept it simple. Said I found a camera hidden in the living room and asked him to explain. He responded within 5 minutes. which told me he had probably seen me remove it from the wall through the live feed. His message was calm, almost rehearsed. He said I must be confused, that it was just a heat sensor for the smart thermostat system. Nothing to worry about. He even added a smiley face emoji at the end. A smiley face. I typed back that I had removed it and found the nanny cam label on the back. There was a long pause, maybe 10 minutes, where he did not respond. I just sat there staring at my phone, waiting. When he finally replied, his tone had shifted. He said the previous tenant must have installed it and he had no idea it was there. He apologized for the confusion and offered me a partial refund for the inconvenience. I almost laughed at that response. The previous tenant installed a wireless camera that was still actively streaming to someone's device, and Craig had no idea. The thing was blinking green, clearly powered on and functioning, and his first response was that it was a heat sensor, not that he did not know about it. He changed his story the moment I proved I knew what it actually was. I told him I was not interested in a partial refund and that I was going to report this to the police. He started calling me immediately, back-to-back 5 calls in a row. I did not answer. He sent more messages saying we could work this out, that there was no need to involve anyone else, that he would refund the entire stay and give me a credit for a future booking. The desperation in his messages made my skin prickle. This was not the reaction of someone who had just learned about a camera in his property. This was someone trying to make a problem disappear. I blocked his number on my phone and called the Austin Police Department non-emergency line. The woman who answered sounded tired, but she perked up when I explained what I had found. She told me to stay where I was and that an officer would come to take a report. 2 officers showed up about 40 minutes later, a man and a woman, both pretty young. I showed them the camera, the photos, the messages from Craig. The female officer, whose name tag said Fuentes, examined the device and nodded slowly like she had seen this before. She told me that hidden cameras in short-term rentals had become a growing problem, that they got a few reports like this every month. She asked if I had changed clothes in the living room area or done anything private. I thought about the night before, how I had stripped down to my boxers because the apartment was warm, how I had video called my girlfriend before bed while sitting on the sofa. My face must have gone pale because Officer Fuentes put her hand on my shoulder and told me they would take this seriously. They confiscated the camera as evidence and took my statement. The male officer made some calls and found out that Craig owned 3 other rental units in the Austin area. 3 other apartments where he could have done the same thing. They told me I should find somewhere else to stay for the rest of my trip and that a detective would follow up with me in the coming days. I packed my bag in about 4 minutes and got out of there. I ended up at a chain hotel near the airport, $70 a night, ugly carpet and all. I did not care. I checked every corner of that room twice before I even sat down on the bed. The detective called me 2 weeks later, after I was already back home in Columbus. She told me they had executed a search warrant on Craig's residence and found external hard drives containing footage from multiple properties going back almost 2 years. Hundreds of hours of video, guests sleeping, getting dressed, being intimate with partners. She could not tell me if I was on any of those recordings, said it was part of an ongoing investigation. Craig was arrested and charged with multiple counts of voyeurism, but I never found out what happened after that. I searched for news articles, court records, anything, but his name never showed up in any public reports. Maybe he took a plea deal, maybe the case is still pending, I genuinely do not know. What I do know is that I think about that little green blinking light more often than I want to admit. Every hotel room, every rental, every friend's guest room, I find myself scanning the walls and ceilings before I can relax. My girlfriend and I went to a cabin in Michigan last fall, and I spent the first hour unscrewing smoke detectors and checking behind mirrors. She says I have become paranoid. Maybe she is right. But someone watched me in my underwear, watched me sleep, watched me have a private video call with the person I love. And there might be a recording of it on some hard drive in an evidence locker somewhere in Texas. That is not paranoia. That is just knowing what people are capable of when they think no one is paying attention. A bag full of camera gear and a deadline to meet had pushed me to book a last-minute stay at a restored carriage house attached to an old estate. At the time, life felt like a patchwork of shoots, edits, and travel, and I'd gotten used to working from whatever room I happened to land in. This place had that curated, historic charm vibe. Exposed beams, polished floors, the smell of furniture wax lingering in the air. The only thing that didn't quite match was a wooden panel hanging on the wall across from the bed. Everything else looked like it belonged in a boutique magazine spread, but that panel had a dull, uneven finish, like it had been carved by hand and forgotten for decades. I remember thinking it looked staged, but not in a designer way, more like someone wanted it there for a reason they weren't explaining. I'd unpacked just enough to prep for a video call with a client, trying to get the lighting right so I wouldn't look like I was dialing in from inside a cave. I shifted my lamp a few inches, then a few more, and that's when my attention drifted back to the panel. One of the carved cutouts caught the light in a strange way, not a reflection, more like something inside the hollow shape shifted for a split second. At first I chalked it up to glare bouncing off the lamp, but the more I stared at it, the more I realized the faint flicker came from deeper than the surface. It made my chest tighten in that uneasy, instinctive way you get when you notice something that shouldn't be behaving the way it is. I walked closer, telling myself it was probably a draft or maybe a stray shadow. The carvings were oddly intricate, thin slits, diamond shapes, shallow apertures that weren't symmetrical. Up close, they gave the uncomfortable impression of being intentional in a way I couldn't place. I pushed gently on the panel, expecting it to be solidly anchored. Instead, it shifted about an inch, just enough to reveal a narrow gap in the drywall behind it. The gap wasn't symmetrical either. It looked like someone had cut through from the other side and never bothered to plaster it. I reached in with my phone flashlight, angling it until the beam slipped past the jagged edges. What it illuminated didn't look like part of any normal wall. The gap connected to a cramped, unfinished space running between the carriage house and the main building. It reminded me of those awkward architectural leftovers you only realize exist when a house gets renovated. Except this one wasn't empty. Dust coated most of the floor, but near the entry point were faint footprints, fresh enough that the shape of a heel and part of the arch were still defined. The dust around them looked recently disturbed, trailing deeper into the void, and near the closest footprint, pushed up against a beam, was a takeout container from a local diner I recognized from the drive-in. There was no dust on top of it. Someone had been in there not long before I checked in, someone small enough or determined enough to crawl through that narrow space, hidden by a panel placed directly across from the bed. I stepped back from the wall, letting the panel fall back into place, and tried to make sense of what I'd just seen. The room around me felt different now, like the air had gone still in a way I hadn't noticed before. I kept replaying the details, the disturbed dust, the clear shape of those footprints, the untouched takeout container sitting like someone had dropped it and planned to come back. The strangest part was how deliberate the panel seemed once I really paid attention to it. Its position wasn't decorative at all. It was angled just right, facing the bed with those carved openings arranged in a pattern that suddenly reminded me of camera viewports. I sat on the edge of the mattress for a moment, listening to the faint settling sounds of the old building, each creak making me wonder if it came from the void rather than the beams overhead. Eventually, I reached out to the host through the app, trying to sound calm while explaining what I'd found. She answered quickly, almost too quickly, brushing everything off like it was part of some harmless architectural quirk. "Oh, that old construction gap has been there forever," she wrote, as if that explained the fresh tracks or the takeout container that couldn't have been older than a day. When I mentioned the panel and how it didn't match the rest of the decor, she doubled down, insisting it was just a touch of historical character. But nothing about it felt historical. The edges weren't worn the way the beams were, and the screws holding it in place looked new. Her casual dismissal only made my pulse pick up, because now it felt like she either didn't know the truth or didn't want to acknowledge it. I ended the chat feeling more unsettled than before and decided to check the panel again, this time listening carefully as I nudged it aside. The gap wasn't wide enough to climb through, but the space beyond extended far enough that someone could definitely move around in it. I angled my phone light deeper into the void, sweeping it slowly across the exposed joists and insulation. A faint glint caught my eye from farther inside, something metallic reflecting just enough to stand out. I couldn't reach it, but knowing it was there made the whole situation feel even stranger, like whoever had been in that space wasn't just hiding, they were bringing things in. Staring at that dim reflection, I couldn't shake the feeling that the panel wasn't just a cover, it was a viewport. As evening crept in, I tried to work on my project, but every so often I caught myself glancing at the panel, waiting for another flicker. The room had dimmed to that bluish hue you get when the sun drops behind the trees, and the panel's carvings seemed to absorb the light instead of reflecting it. At one point, a soft tapping sound drifted through the wall, quick, subtle, almost playful. It wasn't like the building settling. It had a rhythm to it, like someone making sure I was still aware of the panel. I set my laptop aside and stood completely still, straining to hear anything else. The tapping didn't continue, but something inside that void shifted, just a small movement, a faint rustle. Enough to confirm I wasn't imagining things. Someone was in there, and they were waiting for the right moment to move again. Night settled over the property in a way that made the carriage house feel detached from the rest of the world. The estate's exterior lights barely reached my windows, leaving most of the room in a muted haze. I tried distracting myself with editing work, but every sound felt amplified. The hum of my charger, the faint rattle of the old pipes, even the distant breeze threading through the trees outside. I kept glancing at that wooden panel, trying to convince myself I was being dramatic, but each time I looked, the carvings seemed slightly darker, like whatever space sat behind them was absorbing the glow of the room. I angled my lamp away from it, hoping not to catch another flicker, but that only made the rest of the wall seem to recede into a deeper shadow. After an hour of trying to ignore the unease creeping into my thoughts, I decided to message a friend who lived a few states over. I didn't give every detail at first, just said the rental had some weird construction stuff, and that I wasn't loving the energy in the room. She asked if the place had good reviews, and I told her it did, though now I wondered how many people had actually inspected the walls. While we talked, I kept pacing between the bed and the kitchenette, never letting my back face the panel for too long. Halfway through typing a message, I heard a soft scrape from inside the wall. Not loud, not aggressive, just enough to make my breath catch. The timing felt deliberate, like whoever was inside knew I'd been trying to reach someone. I moved closer again, phone in hand, and leaned in toward the carvings. The panel stayed still, but the temperature near that section of the wall felt noticeably cooler, as if air were passing through from a draft deeper inside the void. I held my phone's camera toward one of the carved openings, hoping maybe I could catch a glimpse of what was beyond. Instead, the screen reflected something I hadn't expected. The faint outline of another object positioned behind the panel, angled toward the room. At first I thought it was some kind of support beam, but then I realized the shape was too clean, too symmetrical. It looked like a small plastic housing, the kind used for cheap lenses or peephole kits, not built into the wall. Added. That's when a slow, steady exhale drifted through the gap. I backed up instinctively, heart pounding so hard it felt like it echoed through my ribs. The exhale wasn't forceful or threatening, but it carried the unmistakable sound of someone trying to stay quiet and failing. I stared at the panel, half expecting it to shift forward, but it didn't move. Whoever was in that hidden space was choosing not to reveal themselves, which somehow felt worse. The silence that followed stretched out so thin it felt like it could snap. I had the overwhelming sense that if I turned away for too long, the panel might not look the same when I faced it again. The gap behind it had held footprints, food, and a lens. Now it held someone breathing, watching, waiting. Calling the host again felt like the only reasonable move, even though her earlier dismissal had rattled my trust. I stepped outside onto the small porch to get distance from the panel, gripping my phone so tightly I nearly dropped it. When she picked up, her tone was strained, like she'd been expecting the call but wishing she hadn't. I explained what I had heard, every scrape, every shift, every breath, and I could tell she wanted to wave it away again, but something in my voice must have cut through her routine reassurances. After a long pause, she admitted the property had old access routes that previous owners used for maintenance. When I mentioned the fresh footprints, she stopped talking altogether. Eventually, she said she was on her way over, but her hesitation made it sound like she wasn't coming to solve a problem, just to contain it. The wait for her arrival felt endless. I stayed outside with the porch light buzzing overhead, glancing back through the window every few seconds to keep the panel in sight. The room looked perfectly still from the outside, but that made me even more nervous. It felt staged, like someone inside the wall had also gone quiet now that I was out of reach. I kept imagining the hidden space running between the buildings, twisting and narrowing, unknown corners hidden by decades of construction. Someone could crawl through all that without ever stepping foot inside the room itself. When headlights finally cut across the gravel driveway, I felt a rush of relief, brief but strong enough to push me forward. The host stepped out of her car with a flashlight in hand, avoiding eye contact as she walked toward me. She didn't ask how I was or apologize for the situation. She just told me to wait outside while she checked the interior. I couldn't let that happen. If someone was in the wall, I wasn't letting her walk into that room alone. We went in together, her flashlight scanning the floor, the corners, finally landing on the panel. Up close, even she seemed surprised by how out of place it looked. Without saying much, she tugged the panel free. Behind it, the gap yawned open, the void stretching into darkness. Her beam caught the footprints, the takeout container, and then, farther in, the glinting object I'd seen earlier. It wasn't a peephole lens. It was a small handheld camera, pointed directly toward the room. She backed away fast, breathing unevenly, and whispered that she needed to call her husband. I didn't wait to hear why. I grabbed my bag, every piece of equipment shoved in without care, and stepped outside while she stayed frozen near the wall. By the time I reached my car, she was on the phone speaking in a low, frantic tone. I drove off without looking back, not wanting to see whether something else shifted inside that void as I left. Later that night, she messaged me saying the issue had been handled and that authorities had been notified. No explanation, no detail, just a vague reassurance that didn't put anything to rest. I still don't know how long someone had been using that hidden corridor, or how many guests they watched before me. All I know is the panel wasn't there for decoration, and whoever had been behind it wasn't done until we found the camera. The Airbnb I booked that spring belonged to a family living in a quiet residential neighborhood on the edge of a small town, the kind of place where most houses had wind chimes and faded porch swings. I'd taken the trip to get a break from my cramped apartment and finish a remote work project without constant interruptions. The listing showed a separate guest suite attached to the main house, with its own entrance, and a small laundry room between the two spaces. I remember noticing how the laundry room door had a heavy old brass handle, tarnished in a pattern that looked almost like fingerprints frozen into the metal. The host, a woman named Laura, greeted me at check-in with a quick tour and a rehearsed explanation about privacy. Everything seemed straightforward, even comforting in that mild suburban way. The first couple of days passed quietly. I spent most of my time typing at the little desk next to the window, listening to distant lawn mowers and the soft hum of the fridge. It wasn't until my third morning that I noticed something in the laundry room that didn't match how I'd left it. A large bottle of detergent with a cracked blue cap had shifted a few inches to the left on the shelf. It stood out because I remembered the uneven way it leaned when I'd placed it back after washing a pair of jeans. Now it sat neatly upright, like someone had corrected its posture. At the time, I chalked it up to my memory playing games, even though I kept replaying the image of how it had looked the night before. Later that evening, I went to toss a towel into the dryer and felt a faint lingering warmth inside the drum. There were damp clothes in there, heavy flannel shirts and socks I didn't recognize, tinted with a detergent scent sharper than the one I'd brought with me. The oddest part was the pattern on one of the shirts, a faded print of a local high school mascot I'd never heard of. I stood there for a while, waiting for a clear explanation to form in my mind, but none did. The laundry room door leading to my suite was locked from my side, and the listing had stressed that the host wouldn't need to enter the space during my stay. That night, something pulled me out of sleep. Not a sudden noise, but a strange sense that the air in the room felt disturbed, like it had recently shifted. I stayed still, listening. Within a few seconds, faint footsteps reached me through the wall near the laundry room. They had a soft, dragging rhythm, almost as if the person was trying to minimize the sound of each step. Then came whispers. Two voices, one low and steady, the other barely audible, murmuring in the cramped space behind the locked door. I sat up in bed, staring at the dark outline of the laundry room entrance, wondering how many nights this had been happening without me noticing. Morning light made everything feel less alarming, though not by much. While I reheated leftover coffee in the microwave, Laura stopped by under the pretext of checking the outdoor gutter above the suite. She mentioned almost carelessly that a relative occasionally uses the back room, tapping the laundry door with her knuckles as if it were no big deal. The listing had been very clear about privacy, so her comment hit me strangely. I asked what she meant, and she just waved a hand, saying something about family routines and how the space works for everyone. Her answer didn't match the layout or the locks, and the casual tone only highlighted how rehearsed it sounded. I couldn't shake the sense that she expected me to accept the explanation without thinking too hard about it. The rest of the day, I kept finding myself glancing at the laundry door. It had a worn baseboard, and the paint around the knob was chipped in a distinct half-moon shape, as if someone with a ring had turned it repeatedly over the years. At one point, while I was sitting at the desk, I heard a short metallic click from inside, too sharp to be the house settling. I got up, pressed my ear to the door, and felt the faintest vibration against the wood, like movement was happening on the other side, and someone paused when they sensed I was close. The thought settled in my mind slowly. Whoever used that room wasn't doing laundry. They were passing through. By early evening, my nerves were stretched thin from the constant awareness of that door. I tried going for a walk to clear my head. The neighborhood felt a little strange now. Too quiet, too still. When I returned, I noticed something I hadn't before. A set of scuff marks on the floor tiles near the laundry door, forming a narrow arc that suggested a heavy object being pivoted or a foot twisting for balance. They weren't mine. My shoes left a different pattern entirely. That detail stuck with me more than I expected. It meant whoever came in wasn't trying to hide all evidence, only enough to avoid immediate suspicion. When I went to bed that night, I positioned a suitcase and a metal folding chair against the laundry room door, not as a real barricade, but as a way to alert me if anyone tried to come through. I kept a lamp on, telling myself it was just for comfort, though I knew I didn't fully believe that. Sometime after midnight, I caught a faint sound again, barely there movement, too steady to be pipes or settling wood. The chair trembled slightly, just enough to tap against the wall, and everything inside me paused at once. I didn't call out. I didn't move. I just stared at the shadow beneath the door, watching it shift in a slow, gliding motion, as if someone were studying the outline of my barricade from the other side. The moment that shadow drifted away, I realized there was no chance I'd sleep again. I sat upright in bed for what felt like an hour, listening to the deep quiet settle back into the walls. When I finally worked up the courage to approach the laundry door, the air near it felt unusually cool, like the room on the other side had been opened to a draft. I pushed the suitcase aside and gently pressed the door's edge. The lock held, just as I'd left it. That should have reassured me, but all it did was confirm that someone had found a way to move through the space without disturbing anything I controlled. I backed away slowly, making sure every light in the suite was on before I returned to the bed. At sunrise, I packed my bag in silence. The decision felt instinctive, not panicked, just necessary. Before leaving, I opened the laundry room door cautiously, half expecting someone to be waiting behind it. Instead, I found a detail I hadn't noticed before, a narrow seam in the drywall behind the dryer, running vertically like a hidden panel. The edges were smudged with faint streaks of gray, almost like fingerprints dragging along plaster. I didn't touch it. Just seeing it was enough to understand how easily someone could slip in and out without using the locked door at all. The entire setup suddenly made sense in a way that made the room feel smaller. When I stepped outside, Laura was on the porch watering a planter filled with wilted basil. She didn't look surprised to see me leaving early. She just asked if everything had been comfortable enough, phrasing it in a way that made the question sound like a test rather than genuine concern. I told her I had a schedule change and needed to hit the road. She nodded slowly, as though she already knew I wouldn't be staying. Her expression didn't show guilt or relief, just a strange, unreadable passivity that made me wonder how many other guests had cut their stays short without explanation. I didn't wait for further conversation. I walked to my car, feeling the urge to keep a steady pace until I reached the driver's seat. I reported the listing that afternoon, attaching everything I could